All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome, ARC August readers. Hello, hello. Welcome to dARCmore Academy. We're going to let people trickle in here as Vanessa is finishing up. And then we're gonna go ahead and get started. We have a long sprint. I don't know, a sprint live today. We're going to be sprinting for a little over 8 hours. We're going to go until 11 p.m. Central, question mark. See how long we make it. But today we are kicking off ARC August Readathon sprints. Vanessa got us started this morning. Even though it is ARC August, we are starting. It's July 31st. It feels like you need to start on the weekend. That just feels like you have to. And Friday is indeed the start of the weekend. So we are going to be doing some reading, and I personally am going to be doing some reviews because I have 17 that I have to get written. Not all of these are for Allie, but it's been a hot minute, so I have to write 17 reviews during our sprints today. So that's what I'll be working on. I will get some dARCmore Academy stuff up on the screen here during our first sprint too, just so that we can, I don't know, kind of get into the mood a little bit. I feel like we kind of need to. So I'll let people kind of roll in here. As we're joining, I'm just going to give you a couple housekeeping items. So first and foremost, if you're here for ARC August, hello and welcome. Don't forget that for every sprint session that you join, you can get bonus points for your team. So you can go ahead and first make sure that you comment or participate in the live chat off on the side. You do have to be subscribed to me in order to chat. I'm so sorry about that, but your girl's got to get numbers somehow. And then you can go ahead to that submission form, and there is an option to submit for sprint participation. And for every sprint that you participate in for an ARC August host, you get bonus points. And those are really easy points to get. So go ahead and make sure that you fill that out for hopping on sprints today. Second, I personally am going to be doing a couple of giveaways throughout the entire month of ARC August because, frankly, I just have too many books. And I have a lot of signed books that I just don't need to own physically anymore because I cannot stress enough how many books, too many books I have, how many, I have too many. So I'm going to give some to some of y'all. I have things like signed editions of Quicksilver and Brimstone. I have a signed edition, a deluxe edition of The Ballad of Falling Dragons by Sarah A. Parker. I have an extra signed copy of 7 Year Slip. So, because I recently got a personalized one to me. And then I found another one at a thrift store. So that's crazy. But I'm like, hey, let's give them to friends. So in order to qualify for the giveaway, all you have to do is join my sprints. So if you, same as getting your bonus for ARC August. If you are on my sprints, participating in ARC August, and you comment at least once over on the side, that's an entry. I'll be sprinting at least 4 more times throughout the month, and then that's more giveaway entries you can get. And then I'll just mail you books. If you are out of the country, aka not in the US, and it is like not feasible to mail things to you, there's some countries that mailing is reasonable, so that's totally fine. I will totally mail them to you. Otherwise, I will give you a gift card to get a book locally from somewhere local to you, bookshop.org, Libro FM, I will get you books. So, hello and welcome. Those are our 2 main housekeeping items. I'm going to encourage you to check out the description of the video because we have all of the ARC August hosts listed, and I'm so excited that you're going to get to join a whole bunch of friends for sprints. And it would be great if you subscribe to all of them because they work hard to put out content for you, and that's a great way and easy, free way to support. We love that. All right. Today, like I said, I'm going to be writing reviews. I am also technically reading. I'm not going to read while I write reviews because I think that would get really confusing, but I have an overdue arc. I have a lot of overdue arcs, but one of my overdue arcs is The Splintered Kingdom. I thought it was Splintered Crown. Splintered Kingdom by Gretchen Powell Fox. I did go ahead and buy this on Libro FM as well. I'm currently 4% in. Yay, clap for me, please. But I put up my poll, and y'all decided to vote for the 2 chunkiest books on my list for me to start with. This one is a 19-hour audiobook. The next one will be a 21-hour audiobook. So thanks for that, I guess. If you're new to my channel, welcome to the disaster zone. That is my office. We'll see if I ever clean it. Place your bets. I wouldn't bet for it if I were you. But let's go ahead and check in with y'all and see how you're doing today. So we had Vanessa hop in. Vanessa's going to be lurking a little bit. I know she's going to go take her dog for WALK. I can't say the word because my dogs will get too excited. But she will be hanging out throughout. And let's go, Arcaucus. Let's go. We've got Cora here, or Corum. If you want to be called something else, let me know. But hello, welcome in. We have Sadia or Sadia. Hello, welcome. Let us know what you're going to be reading today or working on. Annette's here. Hey, Annette. Annette's on Team Purple. I don't know if you can tell by the screen around me what I'm wearing. My keyboard, all of my Post-it notes. I have a favorite color, and that's purple. And that's why I was like, hey, can I be on that purple team? And also I'm joined by an excellent co-host. So, and I know that Annette's on Team Purple too. Lexi is here. Hello, Lexi. Trying to be productive this afternoon. You and me both, babe. How are things going? How's work? How's the drama at the office? I like hearing the updates from you. Ashley, hello. How's it going? I think I just voted on your Instagram poll a little bit ago. Thanks for keeping sprinting going. Need all the help I can get. That is literally the reason that I got into readathons. Arc August is the very first readathon I ever did on YouTube last year. And I was like, oh my God, this is so helpful. Like, wow, this helps me structure my reading. It helps motivate me. I love sprints. I love talking with friends and chatting. It's great. So I love doing that too, despite the fact that I have to out myself as a terribly messy person. Vanessa says, I unintentionally wore purple today, not knowing the team that I'd be joining first was Obsidian Order. Yay. Willow is here. Hello, how are you? There's a dog in your profile picture. Tell me about it. Do me one better. Post a picture of the dog in Discord. Vanessa, can we get a pets channel? Do we have a pets channel? Can we get one? I feel like we might need a pets channel, just as a suggestion. Coco says, can't wait for long sprints. Let's go. Yeah, usually every Friday night I sprint for about 6 hours. Today we're extending that just so that we can get everybody started off on a strong note. I also just don't have anything to do on Friday nights. So Maya's here. Hello, howdy. How are you? What are you going to be working on tonight? Let us know. Molly is here. This must be Molly's name of the month. How's it going, Molly and fellow purple team? Hello, Carissa. Welcome in. Hey. What's up? How's it going? What are you reading? Willow says, just finished my book, and now to use a poll. In case people don't know what we're talking about, every team has a poll channel. And in that poll channel, you can post polls that say, hey, what should I read next? You can either give us the title of books, you can give us the vibes, you can give us emojis, you can just, I don't know, give us numbers, pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. And we will help pick your next read. And if you do that, you get bonus points for your team for the week. So, yay. I'm going to go vote on some polls. I like when they're emojis because I'm just like vibes. Ninja in a Wedding Chapel? For sure. Absolutely. 100% that book. I have no idea what this is, but sounds great. Excuse me. So if you use a poll, please go vote on them because we need people to participate in them for them to be effective. But that's how you earn bonus points for your team. Ren is here. Hey, Ren. How's it going? That's what I think that emoji is doing. Our emoticon, I guess. Coco is starting with Kiki's New Magic at 9%. Is that a continuation of Kiki's delivery service? Are there more books to that? I'm not familiar with anything in the Studio Ghibli lexicon beyond Kiki's delivery service. I don't know anything about anything. I'm so sorry. Glenda's here. Hi, Glenda. How are you? I feel like Glenda is also a fellow purple people. I don't even know if you're on Team Purple, but I don't know. For some reason, I always associate you with purple. So you're a purple friend too. Ren says, hoping to finish Hallie's Rules for a Recovering Romantic by Jessica Lewis. That sounds like a book I would very much enjoy. Please hold. Let me head to Storygraph quick. I'm just gonna mark that down. Perfect. Thank you. Oh my God, is it Sapphic? Thank God. Oh, perfect. I love that. Love that for me. Beth the Book Dragon's here. Hello, hello. How's it going? I'm gonna forgive you. It looks like you're a Jeep owner in your picture here. I'm a Bronco gal. So I think we're at war. I don't know. But hi, how's it going? I says I'm gonna work on incidents around the house. Excellent. And Beck has just finished the arc of Bound by Fate and the arc. Oh, finished too. Oh, finished the arc of Bound by Fate and started Eden's Rise. Excellent. This is such a great way to get the week started off right. Corm says, at 45% into the Sun King's Noon and hoping to get close to finishing it today. I mean, if you hang out with sprints all of the next 8 hours, I think you can get very, very close. Molly says, do team members on Obsidian Order get bonus entries into the giveaway? Potentially. We'll think about that. I want to make sure it's fair for folks. So Vanessa says, clapping for you starting Splintered Kingdom. Yeah. I loved Smoke and Scar. And it was like the emotional impact of like, oh, I need a minute after finishing it. Like I wanted to start the next book, but I also needed a breather for my own health, I guess. And so I'm like nervous because I know I'm going to enjoy it. At what cost? So, and yeah, points for all my big books for sure. If I can finish both of my chunky books, I think this weekend is a little ambitious for what's effectively 40 hours of audiobook. And I won't really be able to read tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm doing a really fun thing, but maybe by Monday, if I can finish both of those, that would be a really good way to start things off. Ashley says, at least the chunky books will be out of the way. True. Absolutely true. And I am taking this opportunity. I have a lot of very old books on my list. And by very old, I mean 2024 things that I applied for when I first joined NetGalley that I still haven't read. And I applied for them much in the way that one does when you start on NetGalley for the first time, where it's like, oh my God, let me just apply for anything that like I think I could get approved for. I'm not gonna try for Berkeley or Tor or anything like that because it's too lofty. I'm gonna start with like some random small presses and indies that I've never heard of that I also don't even know that I'd like. I'm just wild westing approval or requests. And as a result, I have some books on here that I don't know that I'm gonna like. In particular, there's one that was written by a guy who was in the military and then he got out of the military and then he kind of got mad at a lot of stuff. And so he decided to write a book, a fantasy, let me clarify, a 540-page fantasy book about it with no writing experience and published it in like 6 months. So I have a feeling that one's not going to go great for me personally. But I'm taking Arc August because we get points based on pages read. That means that if I have to DNF, at least I'm still getting some points for them. So I'm like taking this opportunity to try and get through all these old ones so that even if I don't like them, because I suspect I might not, I still feel like I've accomplished something. You know what I mean? I need to read them. I need to try to read them and I need to give feedback on them. Hello. Is this Sarah or Sarad? Sarah D or Sarad? Let me know. But hopping over from Vanessa's channel, have 50 pages left. Hell yeah, you can get that done. You can get that done so fast. Beck says purple's my favorite color too, and I have purple hair. I used to have purple hair, and I will have purple hair again. It just costs like $500 to turn all this purple because it is, despite the curl, it is quite long, and it takes a while to bleach. And I have to bleach and color in the same day because me with like the platinum, a full platinum card. No, I am in a slightly underripe tomato with like a blonde wig on, and it's not a good look. So I like to get my purple done the same way, and it's just very expensive. So I got to save up. Annette says, started the Library of Lost Stories by Eloise Williams on Vanessa's last sprint, but I also want to finish First Time Color, even though it's not an arc. And here's the thing, all reading counts. Even if you're not reading arc, you can still get points for your pages, and First Time Color is so good. I support that because I loved that book. BK Borison's writing for me something about the way, like just her actual prose, her turns of phrase, the way that she describes things are just so heart-wrenching for me, and I love her books. First Time Caller was like, I started crying so much, sometimes just because I was like, the way that she wrote that, said that was really pretty. You know what I mean? Like, it was so good. I loved And Now Back to You. Can't wait for the third one either. So Ren says, yay for Splintered Kingdom. I should be starting Smoke and Scar soon. Technically should have read it last month. Well, technically still this month, true, for book club, but a girl can only read so much. True that. I, for some God's unknown reason, put 32 books on my July TBR. Did I read 32 books? No. I read 19, which is 20 is like my average if I'm having a big reading month. I have 30 something on my list of past due books that I'd love to get to this month. So I figure like with some DNFs, with some of them being like kids books, I'm hopeful that I can knock through those. But yeah, a girl can only read so much. Ashley says, thanks for voting. You're welcome. Lexi says, things are fine. Office is fine. I was trying to suss out if the Bostock is a Swiftie or not. We're all convinced he is, but he denies it. I love that for y'all. I'm like, you got to do some covert operations. You got to play some like lesser known songs and see if he bops to him. You know, I like that. My Wonderlet says, that's why I'm in reading challenges. My first was the Comic-Con Readathon last year. Yeah. For some reason, not for some reason, I know the reason. I have a billion unread books on my physical TBR. My physical TBR is a shelf outside that door. Big old shelf. It's got, not count, but I currently have 254 unread books on that list, which I don't feel the most awesome about, but I'm like always like, what do I read next? And so for me, readathons and a lot of reading challenges, just like giving me prompts helps me pick what to read next and helps make it less daunting. So I love that. I love it. Lexi says he logged into his Apple Music to play music for us, and I went through all of his playlists except the one he named for his girlfriend because I was scared to open it. And he totally has a playlist called Heartbreak Anthem for the Angry Soul, and he had Taylor on there and Harry Styles. The man's just a young millennial at heart. Leave him alone. There's a song on his OR playlist called Rich Daddy, so he's never living it down. For his OR playlist is excellent. Glenda says, I'll be e-reading The House of Gardenias by Isabel Cañas. Oh, yay! I've heard great things about all of her books. A Rally finished first book. Nice. Also, nice job. Like, dang. My first book is 19 hours of audiobook. I think, what am I listening to it on right now? Starting out, I'm at 1.8. Once my reviews are done today, I'll start reading, and I will probably immersive read. I think I've got this one on my Kobo ? Let's find out here. Splintered Kingdom. I do have on my Kobo, so I will just, if I'm looking at it, I can probably listen at like 3.2 speed and cruise through that 19 hours. Glenda says, I won't be reading the first one, helping my mom clean out the fridge. Aw, that's very nice. That's very nice of you. Jess says, sorry I'm late. Must have gotten the time wrong. That's okay. You can join. You can leave whenever you want to. I will be here all evening or morning for you, I guess. Jess is in New Zealand. Jess is a Kiwi. Jess, is that why you betrayed me and chose Team Green because you're a Kiwi and Kiwis are green? I'm going to pretend it's that. Lexi says, just got home after a week at my mom's while she was on her honeymoon, and I have stuff everywhere, so I need to clean. And audiobooks are great for that. I did go through my list of arcs that are overdue, meaning the book has already launched, and I requested all of them that are available on Libby. I requested if they were like not a several month wait. And then any that were not available on Libby, I've gone through, and I had like, how many? I had 7 Libro FM credits to use because I won a giveaway. So I'm using those. If I have to, if something is Audible only, fine. I guess I will get it from Audible. I try not to though. But I'm trying to get as much stuff on audio because it will really help things go faster for me. Ellie's here. Hello, first August. Yay! Welcome. We're so excited to have you. What team did you join? I'm not judging people based on what team they join. I'm just a little extra happier if you chose the purple one with me. But welcome. We're very excited to have you. Let us know what you're kicking things off with reading today. I do see people posting in the animals channel, and I'm a big fan. Oh my god. Oh my god, Rylan. Your dog's little ears. Holy crap. That's really cute. All right. I need to shut that down before I get too busy. But come say hi to us in the Discord. All the information's below for anybody who is joining or just looking for information on Arc August. I think I have everything in the description, and if it's missing, just yell at me in the comments and I'll fix it for you. Coco says, it is a continuation, and it is the direct sequel to the original Kiki's Delivery Service. That's cute. I love Kiki's Delivery Service was one of my favorite movies growing up, so I feel like I would probably like the book, theoretically. Maybe. Lexi says, Bostock also hit my hand to stop me from going through his playlists, and now I have a bruise from where his cufflinks hit me. That's workers' comp, personally. If it's me, it's workers' comp. Money, please. And I tried to get workers' comp for, but he said no. I love that you anticipated exactly what I was going to ask, though. Ren said, I'm pretty sure Kiki's Delivery Service and Howl's Moving Castle are both Studio Ghibli movies and book series. They're, yes, correct. I don't know. I don't think they're by the same author, but they are both Ghibli movies. I've also never seen Spirited Away, and people tell me I need to. I don't watch movies. I don't really watch TV. I don't listen to music. I just read all the time and play Fortnite a little bit too. A little bit. Noah, hello. Just finished a book. Gonna have to decide what to read now. If you need help with that, you should make a poll to get your bonus points for the first, what are we calling them? The first Secret Society challenge. Make a poll and have people help you pick your read. Vanessa says, girl, you're about to be even more devastated than Splintered Kingdom. Can't wait. I have to go to Walmart tomorrow morning. I was cleaning out the crawl space under the stairs in my basement, and I found like a bunch of Christmas stuff. My husband's family gives us Christmas gifts sometimes that are just not to my taste, so I kind of had like a bag of them. Random decor stuff that's just not my vibe. And apparently I also left a $100 Walmart gift card in there, so I have to go tomorrow. And I'm literally going to buy more tissues. I feel like I'm going to need more tissue paper. Not tissue, Kleenexes. So, I'll be ready. Ren says, and maybe Ariadne as well. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know that much about the Ghibli universe. Paperback Stash, hello and welcome. I don't think I've seen you on my sprints before. Let me know if you'd like me to call you by a specific name or anything. Otherwise, I'll just call you Paperback. But wrapping up for the day, and then we'll be joining on and off with some reading and random. You're welcome for hosting. I'm so excited to see you all here. This is truly like my favorite event of the year. And I'm actually home for most of August. I'm jazzed. Ren says, Tales of Earthsea is definitely based on the Ursula K. Le Guin books. Everything else probably either based on books or manga. Yes, absolutely. I do have A Wizard of Earthsea is on my 26 and 26 list, which will become a priority after Arc August. I have a priority list of different priorities. Ellie says, I'll be reading an arc called A Merry Life. Is that a Christmas romance, maybe? That sounds cute. Ashley's here. What's up? Hey, chat. Just trying to finish up the workday. Come on, 5 p.m. You are in Eastern time zone. So, yeah, you still have an hour. Only an hour. Look, it is technically in my workday right now. I blocked off my calendar. And I will be working on some actual work stuff during the sprint, too, until my workday is over. But I'm just hanging out. Vanessa says, purple hair is so expensive. Yes. And when I do purple hair, I do like lilac hair, which means I do have to be fully platinum base in order for the lilac to be visible. So imagine having dark brown hair and bleaching. Yeah. Oh, I do. To be clear, this is not my real. This is not real. This is not my actual hair color. This is the hair color I got my hair done for my wedding. So if you actually, that's my hair color. So it looks a lot lighter than it is because of the lights that we've got in here, but we've got a pretty intense band going there. I'm just keeping these on. I don't know why. I don't need to have these on. There's no sound playing. So cool. I'm on day like 5 here, and I'm trying to go one more day because I'm going to be outside all day tomorrow. It's going to be hot. It's going to be sweaty. There's going to be sprinklers and stuff. So I'm like, I want to make it last one more day. Annette says, that's a great way to clear the shelves of old books, Allie. We've all been there and been on a requesting spree in the early days. Uh-huh. And there's some on this list that I'm just like, huh, why would I have requested that? like I don't even know. I don't even know why I would have requested something. All of my recent books that I've gotten, I'm like, oh yeah, that's an author that I like. That's a sequel from a book that I loved. That one I remember reading about it or hearing that it sounds really interesting. But some of those older ones, I'm like, I've never heard nor seen of you since. I don't know where you came from. Beck says, my hair is very short, so my hair appointments take about 2 hours from bleach to finish. Oh my God, the dream. My hair takes like 3 hours to apply the bleach. Jealous, yeah. Mine take all day. I am in that chair. I bring my breakfast Diet Coke, and then I get lunch delivered for me and my stylist. And it says, I went backwards in ARC read and now back to you first, so I'm catching up, which is perfect for interconnected standalones. Love that for you. Did you love that one? I need to know. Hey, Sarah's here. Or wait. Yes, you're Sarah too. Hi, how's it going? I'm making sure that I keep names straight because I like to make sure I call people by the names they prefer. So apologies if I mispronounce anyone's name too, by the way. You deserve to have your name pronounced correctly. So just yell at me if I get it wrong, and I will gladly fix that. But hello, how's it going, Sarah? What are you reading today? What are we working on? Ren says, experiencing immense, and now back to you, FOMO. Need to read that ASAP. Side note, the covers for the series are so cute. I firmly agree. And has anyone not seen the first time caller Walmart edition? So first time caller is like that pinky color, right? I'm gonna share my screen. I feel like everyone needs to know about this. Probably. Maybe. So boom. First time caller is that these are the original covers. This pinky one and this blue one. This is the Walmart edition of First Time Caller, and it's purple. Obviously, without a doubt, I was like immediately, yes, I have to do the purple. So I got the purple one. And now back to you also has a Walmart edition. And I'm like, this does not fit the vibes at all. The vibes was like pastels. Why did you do this? Because these two don't look like they match as well. This one matches with this one well. Like they would look, I'm mad is what I'm getting at. I'm just upset. So I figured you all can come be upset with me. Maybe. Ren says hey to Sarah, and Sarah says hello back to Ren. Ashley is reading Don't Go Baking My Heart. Cute right now. The oldest of my arcs at the moment. What a great title. I love punny titles so much. If you're doing Herkyad this year, there's a prompt for that. Corey's here. Hi, Corey. Hi, lovelies. Hoping to read Heartstopper, which will be my final Summer of Love book and give me 4 total bingos. I'll take it for all the chaos that was July. For anyone who's wondering, I did a readathon throughout the month of July called the Summer of Love, where it was just like a 4x4 square bingo. And we just read romance of any kind, anything that had romance involved, very chill. And for every bingo you get an entry into a giveaway. I'm drawing for the giveaway on Monday, so people can win gift cards to LibroFM and or bookshop.org. Ellie says, I'm the same. Readathon prompts help me decide what to choose for my TBR. My TBR is just so big, and I need some support sometimes. I developed like a prompt list of 20 prompts. So when I need to pick something and I don't have a readathon to guide me, or like in this readathon, I'm probably going to roll dice anyway, but I roll a die, pick a prompt, and then pick a book from there. So it gives me direction, but I still get to choose in my mood readery thing. I still get some leeway to choose what I'm going to be reading. All right, Novelistic Pages Ken, hello, welcome in. I haven't seen you here before, but hello. I'm so excited to have you. Hopping over from the last sprints, I finished Book Club Boyfriend, so I'll be writing my review and starting the Secret World of Briar Rose. Two comments. First, Book Club Boyfriend is on my list too. I actually, somewhere, I have a coloring page for it too. That's the, okay, I don't know where the coloring page is, but the Forever Publishing team gave me a whole bunch of like goodies from a Forever Publishing event, and Book Club Boyfriend was one of the books they were featuring. So I have a coloring page for it somewhere around here. I just don't know where. I have the colored pencils for it. So I get to color a coloring sheet for it whenever I get around to reading it sometime. I don't know if that one will be on my list for, when did that one come out? Book Club Boyfriend. Oh, that one came out in July. That is on my list. It's overdue. I need to read it. Yep. Sarah says that's an okay number for a TBR. Also, we will always have a TBR. There are millions of books. Absolutely. I only track my physical TBR. If I tracked my digital or audio one, no. Respectfully, that spreadsheet would not fit into a Google Sheets. And so I only track my physical. So 254 is how many books I have physically purchased that need to be read. And I don't have any more space. That pile is completely full. That's where my challenge is right now. Renee, this is Renee, right? There. Yes. Hello. How's it going? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. I just finished a Knack Alley book. Yay. First Knack Alley in a while, but yay you. Exactly. And again, any and all reading is good reading. It all counts. Glenda says hello to Jess. Hello to Jess, Renee, Corey, Loren, Lexi, Mike. Glenda, I love that you make sure everyone gets some devoted attention, but there's a lot of people to say hi to. Renee says hi back. Jay's here. How's it going? I'll be heading to bed soon, but hope to get an hour or so of reading in bed, but can't read too late tonight as I have an early start tomorrow. Yeah, that's fair. And it's later for you. I was like, 3 p.m. is not late. It's later for you. But at least you get an hour of reading in, and then you can maybe hopefully read tomorrow. I don't know what you've got going on, but hopefully it goes well. Ren says hello to Glenda. Jess says, no, I picked because I thought I could do more of the bonus ones. Kiwi fruit, nut kiwis here. Yeah, that's okay. A kiwi, that what I would call a kiwi is called a kiwi fruit in New Zealand because obviously a kiwi is a person. That makes sense. And yeah, I know we picked bonuses from things that we like to read and things that we like wanted to push people outside their boundaries a little bit more. For anybody who's not familiar, Team Obsidian Order, our bonus prompts are to read an anthology and then a middle grade book, because I did not think I would like anthologies. Like 2 years ago, I was like, fantasy and romance only, please. But Herkiad really pushed me outside my comfort zone in a great way. And I realized I love anthologies. Oh my God. I love them so much. I love short stories. I love essays. I love that they're bite-sized pieces of books. So if I have to set it down for a minute and pick it back up, it works really well for my brain. So I was like, I want more people to read those. And then Atia picked middle grade because I think a lot of people tend to move through reading as a progression. Like people will be like, okay, I'm now aged out of children's books, so I'm reading middle grade instead of children's. Now I'm in high school, I'm reading YA instead of middle. Now I'm an adult, I'm reading adult books instead of YA. And it's not a progression like that. Reading is additive. It's as I move into middle grade, now I can read children's and middle grade. As I become an adult, I can read children's, middle grade, YA, and adult books. And there are some great middle grade authors out there that not a lot of people are reading just because they're like, I'm not middle grade. That's okay. You still can. Also, my grandma said to me about a book. She was like, oh, that book's too young for me. And I'm like, no, it's not. You could, if you have made it to my grandma's age, you deserve to read anything you want to read. So I'm like, no, reading is for all ages. You can read any genre once you've hit the age of majority there. So yeah, that's why we picked our two prompts. And that says, hey, if the Irish person didn't choose Team Green, then Jess has no excuse. That's fair. Just says it's 7:40 a.m. on Saturday and already August for you. Yes. Also, you're getting up early to join sprints with us. We appreciate that. Thank you. Tig is here. Hello, hello. Still at work. Same, technically. Nobody tell anybody. Glenda says hello to Tig, and Tig says hello to Glenda. Ren says, go team non-competitive. I forget our name. It's been a long day. You are the Moonlit Manuscripts. And yes, there is a non-competitive team, so that if you're like, hey, this feels like pressure, first and foremost, don't, even if you're on a competitive team, don't feel like we're pressuring you. Because no, we don't want you to feel pressure. We want you to feel like you're having fun. But also, that's the team that is not competing, not in the race, just vibing and reading. Jess says, so I can get bonus points for joining you today. Where do you log that? Great question. So in the Discord, we have the link for, or the channel for important links. And we have the submission form, and you can go to the submission form, and one of the options in there is specifically to log sprints. So a sprint or a video bonus. You can get one bonus for every sprint session that you join and comment on. So you succeeded. And what you'll do is you'll just take the link in the URL up at the top there, and or if you click share this video and copy link, you can go to the submission form for sprint or video bonus and say, I joined sprints, I commented, here's the link. And then same thing for any video by any of the hosts. If you watch any host video that's posted, you can go watch that video, comment on it, and then take the link and submit it as well. And you get bonuses for both of those. You also will get extra, you get an entry into my giveaways for every time that you join my sprints. Because your girl has too many books she needs to get rid of. Glenda says, or I might start e-reading Tell the Ghosts I'm Gone by Kaylin Barron. Oh, what's that about? That's an interesting title. Ellie says, I joined Ivory Illusions. Love the community this readathon has. I don't want to speak for Vanessa, but I do know that that's something that was very, very important to Vanessa when setting things up for the readathon, is making sure that we have just like a strong community vibe. The whole point is to encourage people to read, and if people get arcs, to encourage them to be on top of those arcs, because as a community, we do take our role seriously in supporting authors and supporting the people who give us the books that we love. And so it's really just about encouraging people on those two things and having a great time together. Coco says, they're not the same author, but both are Studio Ghibli. I finished Howl's Moving Castle last night, and it's quite different from the film, but still really cute. The cover for Howl's Moving Castle is amazing. I keep seeing it in my local bookstore, and I'm like, maybe I need to buy that too. I have 254 books that I haven't read at home, but maybe I need to buy that too. Maybe. No says, I did in fact make a poll. Perfect. I am, hosts do have access to all of the team's polls. So if you make a poll in your team's poll chat, we can get lots of people to vote on them for you. And we'll make sure that we get people voting. I'm seeing one that looks like a emoji with a pregnant person next to a tombstone. And I'm like, oh no, this seems like it might not be a super happy read for you. But, you know, so I don't know, maybe I'll vote for it. Let's see. Ren says, Spirited Away is a really good one, but I totally understand not watching TV. Usually when I watch stuff, it's usually a rewatch and usually anime. My brain, I'm autistic, I have ADHD, and I don't like watching things that I haven't seen before, which theoretically would mean that I haven't seen anything, right? But I will, like, if I see something in passing, you know how like Facebook Reels has a bunch of clips of random stuff. I'll see one and I'll be like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe I do want to watch this thing. But I very rarely watch anything new. I will occasionally go see a new movie or musicals. I love musicals, so I'll do that. But for the most part, it's way too early for this. For the most part, I will rewatch comfort shows in the background while I'm working. pretty much. Cooler J says, I also have purple hair, or at least I add in purple extensions when I braid my hair. Let's go, purple people! Yay! And Emerald Enigma, and Ivory Illusions, and Crimson Coven. Everybody. But hey, purple people, what's up? Maya says, I didn't know you streamed on Fridays. I'm always looking, but you never pop up. I turn notifications on for later. Thank you. I have it in the little banner at the bottom. I'm like, please like and subscribe. And I feel weird saying that because I'm just like, hey, want to be friends? You know, like, I don't want to be like, hey, just my subscribers. But it, you know, I love hanging out with people. I do sprint every Friday. I will say there are some Fridays that I'm just like not physically here. And so I don't sprint if I'm like doing something or like away, but pretty much every Friday. The only Friday this month that I can't sprint is our closing weekend because I'm going to be going to a reading retreat. I'm so excited. It's called Pages and Pines up in northern Minnesota. It looks so cute. I'm going with a friend and I can't wait, but I won't be able to be on sprints for the closing, which I'm not thrilled about. So Ellie says, just to check, the extra bonus prompts we get for completing the poll, do those points count only for the book that won the poll rather than generally? Yes. You can get one bonus for one book you pick via a poll throughout this week. So you do your poll, you have the book that's picked, and that one earns bonus points this week. Ashley says, everyone is either out this afternoon or out next week, so everyone is pretty much checked out already. It's just Friday afternoon. That's why I'm pretty much checked out. Beck says, I have ash blonde hair, so my bleaching isn't so extreme. Jealous. And thank you, Lilac. I love when I have my lilac hair. And like my hair is naturally like extremely straight. And so I put it in a very specific type of bun that I learned from a TikTok one time. It was like a TikTok for how to make a messy bun. And I was like, cool, I like a messy bun. And I noticed after the first time I did it that when I do this bun, it requires that you wrap your hair around the ponytail holder. And I noticed when I did this that, you know, after putting it in this bun for, you know, a couple of hours, that when I took it down, my hair came out super curly. And it stays this way because I sleep in this bun now. And so when I have my lilac hair and it's curly, I'm like, it's so pretty. Because I wish that I had any sort of wave or curl to my hair whatsoever. This only happens when I heatless curl it damp. I want lilac, but it fades so quickly on me. It also fades quickly on me, so I just buy like a vat of it and slather it on my hair. Very healthy. Lexi says, I'm also doing my hair during this first sprint, but it's just because I don't like the natural blonde, so I'm touching up the black for my roots. I can't do root touch-up at home because I can't trust myself with bleach. Sarah, I just shaved half my head and it feels breezy. Like the ... And it feels breezy. Are you unsure? Because I'm sure it looks great. So. It's not pronounced Ashley, it's pronounced oh. Well, we've run into a problem because I don't see the difference. But legitimately, if there's any pronunciations that I can correct, please let me know. I'm like, those are the same, right? All right, and hello, other Allie. This is also Allie, but Nikki Allie. In chat, currently listening to The Bookshop on the Corner by Jenny Colgan at 18%. Excellent. Yay, audiobooks. Love that. Also, look at your little purple icon. Perfect. Love it. Annette says, yes, I loved And Now Back to You. And oh no, that cover is not the vibes. Yeah. Really not the vibes. I'm very upset at Walmart, which is fair. They're not exactly like an authority on books, in my opinion, but whatever. Annette says, I have Matcha Maker arc penciled in for Arc August and for Herkyed. Yay! I love Herkyed too. Jess says, I've gotten up and done some chores while breakfast cooking and will read a bit while eating. Then we'll have to do more chores. So you're telling me it is 7:40 a.m. on a Saturday for you and you have gotten up, you've done some chores, you've been cooking breakfast. I'm going to wake up at like 9 or 10 tomorrow. Corey says, you are me and I am you. Love you, Corey. We're the same. Renee says, another Renee. That's awesome. Yes, you're Renee. And then Librarian of Alexandria is also Renee. Ashley says, love our team already. We have the best host. Look, I'm a little biased towards myself and Atia. I'm more biased toward Atia than myself. Atia's content is incredible. When I first found her content as a part of Readathons, I was a big time fangirl, and then I was like, oh my god, and we can be friends. Atia's too celebrity to be friends with. Atia's up here, and I'm like here, you know. So I'm extremely proud to be Atia's co-host because I love her and I love her content. I love her recommendations. They're top tier. So I'm a big fan of my co-host. I'm very happy to be partnered with her. Love you, Atia. Jean is here. Hello. Still finishing Shipper. Next. Yes, you will. I'll keep an eye out for it. Jess says, I start work at 7:30 a.m., so it was actually a bit of a sleep in for you. Mm-hmm. All right, that's too early for me, but I'm happy for you. Teek says, we get points for sprinting. Yes, you get points for joining sprints. Absolutely. Don't forget to submit them. I will give you reminders throughout. You can only submit one per sprint cycle. So even though we're sprinting for 8 hours, you can only submit it once. But you get a giveaway entry for signed books. So yay. Annette says, Ashley, so true. The hosts are why I chose this team. Oh my God, you guys. Stop that. Stop saying that. Stop saying nice things. Just says, I just went to check the proposition list and the book I'm reading fits. The Maid of Ballymacool. That's fun to say. Just because it's next due back at the library. Honestly, Libby sometimes drives what I'm reading. Vanessa says, the book community is one of the best things to happen in my life. I love that we can include friends new and old. Yay. Teague says, I still haven't read the rules. I do recommend, if only to make sure that you get points for everything. If anything, open up that submission form and just familiarize yourself with the options so you know what you can do. Ashley says, has anyone been seeing the trailer for the movie Wicker? I'm intrigued. I have seen a still from it. I have no idea what it's about. Wicker, the movie. Nope, not Wicked. I said Wicker. I saw the trailer, and it looks like Jonathan Bailey. Sorry, I don't want to spoil Wicked for anybody. It looks like the straw man from Wicked. It's a romantic fantasy comedy film adapted from a book. And all I gotta say is, the movie trailer, I'm like, huh, great costuming. I have questions. The entire premise, it's one sentence. An outcast in a fishing village commissions a husband for herself made out of wicker. Is this based on an inanimate object romance story? Is that what's happening? Because that's a real Pandora's box to open for movies. That opens up a lot of movies. That opens up a lot of VeggieTales retellings that I'm not sure the silver screen is ready for. I'm a little concerned. So I'm interested, but I have a lot of questions. Wow. Corey says the movie looks freaking weird and I'm here for it. Jess says it feels cool to have submitted and helped my team already, and I've not read a word yet. Hell yeah. I'm going to be writing 17 reviews today. So that's points, baby. I hope I write 17 reviews. We'll see. I says, I was already subscribed. It just wasn't giving you the little live message. I've noticed that a couple of times, when I hop on YouTube and I'm like, hey, I want to watch some sprints. It takes a minute to find the sprints are available. So what I have done in the past is I will literally search reading sprints, and then I will narrow from there down to who's live, and it should prioritize who you're subscribed to. That's how I've done it. But yeah. Glenda says hello to Ashley and Ellie. Thank you for clarifying. You're welcome. Mai says, Caracolor has lilac, I think. That's the color depositing shampoo. I do use that for sure. 100%. Because that's just easy. And the worst part about having my hair colored is the cold ass showers. I don't like that. Glenda says hello to other Allie. I'm sorry for calling you other Allie, but you get it. Jean says, submitted sprint submission. Yay! And Allie says hello back to Glenda. Jess says, most of the time I wake up before 6 a.m. Couldn't be me. I'm so sorry. You're a better person than I am. Jean says, Ashley, what are you reading? Let's see. And Ashley says it looks so effing weird and I can't wait. Great. Mary's here. Hi, Mary. How are you? What are you reading or working on today? Let us know. Glenda says hello to Mary. And Ashley is reading Don't Go Baking My Heart. Cute. Hellos to Glenda, to Mary. Jean says, are you allowed to submit for my sprints and Vanessa? I can't submit for my own sprints, but I can submit for the ones that I attended for Vanessa's. Yes. I don't actually know if I can't submit for my own, but it feels ethically like a gray area. We got some more hellos for Annette, for Mary, for Allie, for Jean, Annette. Jean says, I should read the rules. I would not have submitted 6 reviews earlier in the week. Oh, yeah. Sarah says, it's based on the book The Wicker Husband by Ursula Wills Jones, but object romance seems more appealing as a bitch. And, I mean, if you look at the movie poster, it's a guy made out of basket. It literally looks like Ascension object romance where a basket becomes a dude for a day, which is what a lot of them are. And that's kind of what it sounds like. Also, it's just occurred to me that if all of him is made out of wicker, thinking about like wicker furniture and how the straw frays and it gets pointy. Ooh. That sounds bad. I don't like that. I thought about it too hard. Allie says, I like what happened when I hit the like button, showed a light bulb. Oh, that's cute. I didn't know that. Jean says, Wicker looks like a smutty good time with Alexander Skarsgård. That, it does feature Alexander Skarsgård. And Peter Dinklage is in it as just like the guy who's a basket weaver to make a dude out of basket, which does sound great. Corey says, I feel like Wicker is the product of people complaining about all the remakes. So here we are, straw smut. Sounds like a great hashtag, straw smut. Mary says, cheering you on. I did about 17 yesterday. I quit counting. I was so frustrated with myself. I literally have a post-it for everyone I need to write, and there are 17 post-its, so I gotta get going. Jess is just one of those morning people. But I like it when my US friends are night owls, because more time overlaps. Perfect. How late will we sprint today? We will be sprinting for just about 8 more hours. We'll be sprinting for a while tonight. And yeah, the implications, Sarah. Allie says, there's no way I can do before 6 a.m. getting up. Hard no for me. Only if I like got a flight. It's a special occasion. Oh boy. Teague says, you could say he's got a real Woody. Oh my God. Ashley says, watch the full trailer. It seems like more than just one day. If 2026 is giving me Alexander Skarsgård straw smut, I ain't mad about it. All right. I'm sick of y'all. This is too much. I am going to open up Spirit City for us to go ahead and get started on our first sprint because we're almost an hour in and we need to sprint first. But first, let's get some claps in the chat because Renee just signed up for a Neck Alley account. Hell yeah, Renee, let's go. You got this. You got this. Oh, I think Ashley's trying to say 17, not 11. What the heck? 11? Not 11. What are you trying to say, Ashley? Spell it out with letters. But yay, Renee, I'm so excited for you. Don't request too many books. Be careful about how many you request. You will get approved for more than you think you will. So just keep that in mind. Yeah. More 11s. We have no idea what Ashley is trying to say. But Sarah says yay for Renee. Brain's not working apparently, but I don't know. But just going to request one to start. That's a good place to start. That is for sure. All right. So let's bring up our sprint timer. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know what you meant by 11, but great. Let's see. Sarah says, everyone's saying don't request before you're ready is why I've never used my account for more than browsing. Yeah. It just, you can request stuff, but just give it a minute before you request more. Jess says, when I started, I thought they might take weeks, so I requested a lot and have been behind ever since. Or try like read nows to get started. they approve faster than you think. So yeah, that's the word of caution. All right, we are going to do hour-long sprints today as long as we can. Oh, Ashley was trying to type exclamation points and hit enter too fast. 11s for all. So we're going to sprint for hours. If there's an activity you would like me to do, I have all the expansion packs, so just let me know. I'll have her do whatever we want. I do like to pick things that the cow can do too. Oh my god. I do like things that the cow can do too. I like drawing with and I will have to do some writing. I will. Let's go ahead and do writing because I'm going to have to do some writing. So yeah, we'll do that just because it matches. And I love when just drawing with her mouth. All right, we're going to go ahead and sprint for the first hour. 11, an hour and 11. Birthday is 11th. Nice. Mary is going to be starting the arc by Guy Morris. Goal is to finish during these sprints. 400 pages, 12.5-hour audios. We got for audio August. Nice. We can do that. So with that, I will say I will see you at the end of an hour. Come back in 60 minutes and happy sprinting. All right, welcome back, everybody. Come on back from your sprinting and let me know how this sprint went for you. I did put up a poll during the sprint. It looks like most of you got the chance to get in on that. Because, well, so I did not read during the sprint. I'm not reading during most sprints today. I started the review, but I also got a bunch of stuff logged in my reading journal because I've been lax on that a little bit. But during the sprint, I asked the question, do you want me to quick go over my July reads in a little recap? Super, super quick. The vast majority of you said yes, so we're going to do that quick. And while I do this, just some reminders to let me know how the sprint went for you in the chat. Let us know what you got done, if you read, what you're up to. How was that sprint for you? And I'm going to go through these really quick because there's a little stack. There are 4 books I read this month that I don't currently have physical copies of that I'll go through real quick. First, I read Silver Foxed by Kayla Gross, which is an age gap novella romance. I really like Kayla Gross. I like her writing a whole lot. I've got an arc of hers that I need to get read, and I enjoyed that, and that was for my traveling book club, so I did annotate that and then hand it off to the next person to read. I read a Wattpad book called The Alpha's Unwanted Luna of Omegaverse, and it was fun. It was fine. It was a good time. I got what I needed out of it. I read Muscles and Monsters by Ashley Bennett. That was an arc that I read that I am writing a review for right now because it is going to count as my review a romance read for Summer of Love. I will say it probably wasn't my favoriteest little smutty novella of all time. But it was fine. I think I just might not be the audience for it. I'm learning which monster romance I like and which I don't. And I think I'm not a fan of Wolven. Werewolf I can do. Wolven, where it's a wolf's body, is maybe not for me. And then finally, I finished early this morning, A Girl Like Her by Talia Hibbert. I do have a copy of the book somewhere in this house. I don't know where. So a physical copy is around here somewhere. But I read 17 books off my physical TBR this month. So I have 15 left of them here. And I'll go through them in order of what I liked least to what I liked most. Just, again, we're just doing this rapid fire pretty quick here. So first, I read Love on the Shelf by Sheila Roberts. This was fine. It is a romance bookstore owner and then a Manosphere podcast romance hater. And it was written, and it was kind of all about how the men felt about things, which was not my fave, but got Love on the Shelf done. I read This Ain't Our First Rodeo by Liara Tamani. I think this cover and the end pages or the stenciled edges are so cute. This was okay. This is a cowboy romance. It is YA, and I felt like it was not the type of YA that I get super into. So again, I think there's a better audience out there for it. Next, I read Shoot Your Shot by Lexi LaFleur Brown. This is a good hockey romance. I really enjoyed it. I had a good time reading it, and I will say that I have the second book in the series that is currently on my shelf to be read as well. For my workplace tension, I read The Takeover by Kara Tanamachi, and I did like this a lot. I do work in tech, but I used to work in a physical tech office. So a lot of these ones, they hit very close to home for me. Very close to home. Next up, I read The Chromatic Fantasy, which is a Gilded Edge graphic novel. And it is a very, I might not be able to show this on YouTube. It is it's got some spice, some heavy spice. But this is a really, really cool queer story of 2 trans men in this medievalish type world. And Jules is a trans man who's trapped in his life as a nun, where people misgender him constantly. And he has to make a deal with the devil, an illicit tryst and a lifelong possession, to begin a new life as a criminal, where he meets another trans man. And it's great. It's great. It's fantastic. I read the second and third books in the Wildflower series by Amelie Reese, a local indie author to me. Love her writing. Awake at Dawn and Attached at Heart. And I enjoyed both of these very, very much. I bedazzled the cover of this one. Those are heavy to hold on to. I need some lighter books, please. I read A Little Kissing Between Friends by Shinsia C. Higgins, and this was very good. I had a great time reading this. I am definitely going to be looking up other books by Shinsia because this was great. Loved it. I finally read it. I finally read Legend Born by Tracy Dion, and you guys were all right. It was awesome. I need to buy the next ones. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this. I loved this. This was great. Highly recommend. Everyone is telling you to read it is correct. I'm not. I waited too long. Oops. That's on me. Next, I read The No Girlfriend Rule by Kristen Randall. I also just got this Rainbow Crate version, and I'm in love because the naked hardcover is so stupid stinking cute. It's all the girls around the D&D table. This is excellent. It's a D&D YA romance. This is a delightful, beautiful book, and I'm so happy that I have a special edition of it. We're up into like the 4.5s and above for the month, which I had multiple of. I had You Started It by Jackie Kalilia, and she's a Palestinian Canadian author, and this was just, it's another YA romance, but this was heart-wrenching. I loved the character development in it. This was, I definitely cried. I read A Bond Me for Two by Trinity Wynn. I have been wanting to read this for a very long time. I knew I'd love it, and I did. It is a little novella length. It's real little, but the emotional impact in this is huge. Highly recommend. I loved it. I read The Redo List by Denise Williams. I'm a big fan of Denise Williams' writing in general, so I always really love her books, but I think this is actually the favorite of my books that she has written. I loved the spice. I loved the romance. I loved the character development. It was a great time. This was a 4.75 for me. And then I had 2 5-star reads this month. Crazy. First is Wish You Weren't Here by Erin Baldwin. This is a sapphic YA summer camp romance about 2 high school seniors. And wow. Oh my God. This is not a big book. I cried so many times. Holy shit. I cried often because the way that the main character, Juliet, she's like an oddball, doesn't fit in, very autistic coded, often is like too much for people. Summer camp is the only place she fits in, the only place she feels she can be herself. And then the stuck-up popular girl appears at her summer camp, her last year in her safe place, in the way that the author described having your only safe place kind of like taken away from you. Sobbed. Anyway, the other 5-star book I read was Plus Size Player by Daniel Allen. If you've ever heard me speak ever in my life before, you know that I love Daniel Allen's books. All of these are like 5 stars for me. This whole series is interconnected, standalone romances that are on the same timeline. They all start on the same day, effectively, so you can read them in any order. This was great. Big Girl Blitz is like a 6-star. It's my favorite, but I love all 3 of the books. Highly recommend. My favorite Black romance books, bar none. They're so good. So anyway, that's what I read in July. And now we're starting in August, and there are not going to be as many physical books, but I hope there's a lot because I have so many arcs to read. So let's see how y'all did during that sprint. I got to take a little breath because that was a heck of a lot of talking. All right, so Jean says just posted a poll for Team Purple to vote on. Remember to be voting on polls for people because that is what our extra prompt is for this week. Lavender showed up. Hello. Just finished my last book for July, Greta Gets the Girl, and now I can start my first arc this month, Vow of Eternal Light, which is a Camp NetGalley read. Excellent. If you have picked a Camp NetGalley read, make sure that you're reading it early on because you only have until the 13th to post. Theory Historical. Hello, welcome in. Welcome to the sprints. Hi, everybody. First time doing this readathon. I joined with a bunch of my friends. Cute. I love that. Team Crimson Coven. I just finished a book and I'm letting the poll in Discord decide my next read. That is perfect. All right. Oh, somebody's at my door real quick. Hold on. I did not know they were coming, so the person at the door wants the white. Just just messaging my husband real quick because I did not know this person was coming to pick up this Facebook Marketplace thing from my house right now. Would have been good to know. All right, we'll see what he says there. Hold on one sec. Give me a minute. All right, crazy. Yeah, this person decided to show up without telling me they were on their way for a Facebook Marketplace pickup. So great. Love that for me. Anyway, I really love that you're doing this with friends. I think that's a really, really cute thing. It's a cute thing to do. I think that sounds really, really fun. So yay. I love that for you. Vanessa says, regarding the Wicker conversation earlier, welcome to Sentient Object Romance. It's a crazy world, man. Absolutely nuts. Glenda says hello to Lavender and to Theory. Hello, hello to everyone, especially folks who have not joined my stream before. We're really happy to have you. Vanessa says, I can submit my sprints that I'm hosting. All right, say less. Theory says, thank you to Glenda. Just says, dishes are done. Washing out to dry, watered plants, clean toilet, done the vacuuming. All in 50 minutes. That's crazy. Might not move for hours now. I might not move for a week. Go, Jess. Jess says, listen to A Spring Affair by Milky Johnson. Excellent. Or Millie Johnson. Randa, I don't know that I've seen you before. Hello. Let me know what you want me to call you. Randa Quiz? Or just Randa? Let me know. But hello. And yeah, the cow on Spirit City, I think, is so cute. I think it's absolutely adorable. It's my favorite of the spirits. There is a new DLC for Spirit City coming very, very soon. And I don't know exactly when yet. It's in my recently viewed. I keep checking to see if there's a release date. There's no release date yet, but it's a library one. So I'm really excited for the new spirits to come for that. I'm very, very excited. Let's see. Hello, Monster. Hello. Welcome in. I have 2 more books I want to finish before August actually starts. Power to you, dude. I could not. I don't think. That's amazing. Hold on one second. Mary says, read 40 pages in the last arc, and I'm at 13%. Great. Awesome. Very good sprint. Mary says to Hill Monster, yeah, fingers crossed for 2 more books for the end of the night. Allie says, got to 27% in the bookshop on the corner. Excellent. And welcome to Lavender and Theory from Mary. Renee took a shower, and because you haven't had water for most of the week. That sucks. I'm sorry. That's going to be tough. All right. And then Mary says hello to hello back. Let's see. Vanessa says, I walked my dog and cleaned up the guest bedroom. I'm gonna go start on dinner now. Nice. Welcome back. Mary says hello to Jess and to Randa. Lexi says, my hair is dyed and rinsed, working through the to-do list, and 5 out of 12 accomplished. Amazing. Great job. Several of you are like absolutely killing it. I got like half the thing done. So, and Jess is saying hello to everybody. I got to chapter 36 of Incidents Around the House, so 4 chapters done. Very, very nice. Great job. Coco says, I did not get much reading done. I had some work to finish. Well, that's okay. That's getting something done. You know. Randa says, reading Recurve on NetGalley. What is that? I haven't heard of that one. Mai says, I did harass my dogs and cat a lot. Fair. Mine harassed me to go OUTSIDE. Can't say it. Cydia says, got to 20% of Mass Mothering by Sarah Bruni. Great job. Oh, hold on 1 second. All right. Got to 20% of Mass Mothering by Sarah Bruni. Excellent job. Sorry, I'm discombobulated. I was not expecting this person to show up at my house. Mary says hello to Lexi, Mai, Coco, and Jess. And Mai says, what is a traveling book club? Great question. I would love to tell you. So, traveling book club is everyone in the book club picks a book to read, and then you can do it on whatever basis that you want. But we have each person has a book that they're reading. We do like every couple weeks loosely. And when I read the book, I read and annotate, and then I pass to the next person and I get another book. And as the book moves throughout the group, everyone's annotations build up on top of each other, and it's a great time. It is so fun to see everyone's annotations. I absolutely love it. I'm a huge fan. It is a big commitment. So just as a heads up there, I have 2 going right now. One of them is super relaxed and one is a month-by-month basis. And so there's, the big one that's going month by month, it is getting to be a lot. So I need to catch up a little bit. Renee says, I think this next sprint, I'm going to do some chores and listen to the adventures of Amina Al-Sarafi. Excellent. I've heard great things about that. Abby says, hello, I'll be trying to finish Verity Guild for July on page 236 out of 411. Nice. You can do that. You absolutely can do that. I have no doubt. And welcome in, Abby. Corey says, I spent that sprint starting and finishing Heartstopper and then was adding all of my arcs onto a spinner wheel. It's not looking good. That's very funny to me. Because I'm in the same boat, and instead of doing a spinner wheel, I have 1 post-it for every arc in a thick stack that needs to be read. And that's not including the stack of the reviews that have to be written. So, yeah. Oh, hello, Alita. Hello, all. Listened to God in the Gumiho and did a puzzle. I'm at 16% in and liking it so far, although it does read very young and repetitive with the world building. It's cute, though, so I won't bail. I think I have this one on my physical TBR. I'm pretty sure, because, yes. I was picking between, I think, 2 for that author, and I think that's the one I picked. So I'm glad you're liking it. I'll pick it up after this month. This month's for arcs only. Jess says, oh my, I read 26 this month. My reads have gone up 10 to 20 a month after joining NetGalley. When you have a little bit of pressure behind you, like, I will say nobody can hold you to a timeline for arcs. Nobody can say like, hey, you have to do it by this date. But having deadlines behind you, like, obviously I have so many overdue, but having the deadlines does just help you at least motivate a little bit, which I really appreciate. Hello. Is this Zinnia? How's it going? Hi, everyone in the chat. Just stopped by to boop the like button. Thank you. Hello. Welcome in. It's been a while. And Courtney jumped in too. Hey, Courtney, how are you? Hello to everyone. Mary says hi to Courtney. Ashley says, I didn't read that sprint. I had to finish up work and put dinner in the oven. Smothered chicken thighs and carrots. Excellent. That sounds good. Come make some for me. Courtney says 17 is awesome. Hope you enjoyed most of them. I did enjoy most of them for sure. There's really only one that I was like, not a fan. But other than that, great time. Courtney says hello to Mary. Jeff says, what's the chicken smothered in, Ashley? Let us know. And Courtney says, looking good with the gold. Yeah, cool looking book with the gilded edges. I think that one is just beautifully visually. It's called The Chromatic Fantasy, and it delivers because it is a fantasy in color. Ashley says, I did onion powder, garlic powder, salt, pepper, lemon pepper, paprika, a little crushed red pepper, olive oil, put the carrots in between and around the pan, and shallot on top and herbs. Oh my God, you're a chef. I'm over here like a couple of premixed seasoning blends. I'm a lesser cook. Renee says, my favorite spirit is the dust bunny. There are so many cute ones. That's my problem, that there are just so many that are so cute. Oh, people are messaging me all over the place for it. It is 4:40 p.m. on a Friday, and I'm like, why are you messaging me now? You're on the East Coast. Aletha says, thanks for the reviews. I added a lot to my TBR. Sorry. I typically read dark or thrilling fiction, so I'm loving how romance lightens my mood. I was a huge fantasy reader, and then I started getting more into romance, and I just really like how first it helps almost like romanticize the everyday parts of life that I think sometimes when I read fantasy after fantasy after fantasy, both it is heavier because there's more world building. It takes, I don't know, it feels heavier to read, but then also it makes me feel a little removed from reality. But then when I read a romance that feels very realistic and I can really identify with, it helps me almost like ground my feelings a little bit. So yeah. Ashley says, also added 2 cups of chicken broth, cook for 90 minutes, and then make a cornstarch slurry so it turns into a gravy and back in the oven. That sounds so good. I agree with all these comments. Found it on TikTok. I find so many good recipes on TikTok. That's crazy. It's so good. Can't recommend it enough. Although Obi is freaking out because the oven is on. He's afraid of appliances. That's cute. That's adorable. I love that. Mai says, Amina El Sarafi is amazing. Lots of good reviews for it. And hello to Lita. Courtney says, getting stuff together for book club discussion tonight. I finished Where the Wildflowers Grow. Yay! I have that one on my physical TBR too because that paperback is beautiful. Oh, the sprayed edges continuing the wildflowers around. It's just a very pretty book. And I've also heard great things. Annette says, I read some more first-time caller instead of any of my 146 arcs. I support this decision because I love first-time caller. Glenda says hello to Zinnia. And Courtney says, you just space them out in that. Nice. Hello to Glenda from Courtney. And just says, Neck Alley got me back into listening to audiobooks, so that's quite a few in a month. It literally, audiobooks help so much. Glenda says hi to Courtney. And Corey says, I'm glad you liked Shoot Your Shot. I think I just got tired of all the different ways to say that this chick is so cool. There was definitely like, I don't know, it's a book where I was like, it was good. I can't say that there isn't anything that I can call it that I was like, wow, this specific thing was like fantastic. It was a good book, a good hockey romance. I also don't read when I read sports romance, there are very certain things that I'm just like, I don't know, I have preferences for. And so again, like with any book that doesn't hit for me, it will almost certainly hit significantly more for somebody else. So I did really like that instead of having like somebody who works with the team, etc., that it was some like an artsy personality connected to the team. I liked that a lot. Annette says exactly to Courtney. Allie says, I just put Legendborn on hold through the Libby app in a 6-week wait though. You told me to get it read. People have been telling me forever that it's so good and they were all right. So yeah. And at 6 weeks is actually not bad for Legendborn. I waited a lot longer through my Libby. Annette says, I really liked Where the Wildflowers Grow. That was an arc I did read on time. Nice. Also, I'm kind of jealous you got approved. That was a big release, locally at least. We had a lot of events for it. I says, I'm on Bean Tuck. I get bean recipes all the time. So you're watching Liam's videos, is what I'm hearing. I eat them nearly every day, so you got to mix it up. Nice. Demers Demers is here. Hi, Demers. How's it going? Reading Rewrite the Stars by Lindsay Hammeroff, which is an arc that came out July 7th. It's only a little bit behind you. You're doing great. Annette says Legendborn is really, really good. I'm like, now I'm like, oh my God, I need to get I'm torn on whether I should get the next books in the series, because I don't keep all of my books. I usually keep less than 40% of books, because I just can't. I can't keep them all. So I buy books from indie authors, from indie bookstores, and then once I read them, I either keep them, if like, pry this out of my cold dead hands. You know what I mean? But if it wasn't like a book that I loved and will 100% read again, I will put it in a little free library or donate, or like bring it to a book swap. I pass it on so that another person can enjoy it. Or if it's a book that I loved, but I think my community could benefit from it. So for example, I loved You Started It by Jackie Clelia, but this is a YA romance that I think a lot of like teens in my community could benefit from. I think that they could get something out of this. It was a great book. So, and it does have a little signed thingy. It's one where I'm like, this, I might still pass along to a little free library, because I think that I want other people to get value from it too. Some books I'm like, I can't let go of, but some of them I'm like, I'm a better person if I pass this on. If I pass this on. So I have to decide, like, do I want to make sure that other people in my community can read Legendborn, because we have 3 little free libraries in my area. And so I can help provide greater access to books like this for other people to read. And maybe I get the other 2 on my Kobo. I don't know. I have to decide. Demer says, I'm about 20% in and I like it so far. Excellent. Very nice. Glenda says, congratulations on winning BookTube anniversary that Paul hosted. Congrats, Courtney. That's amazing. Very nice. Oh, congrats. I've won 1 giveaway ever, and it was like, I got my Kobo from it. I won a free Kobo, and I was like, I'm gonna ride this high for the rest of my life. So I love that. Congrats. Corey says, I think I'm done. 120 arcs on the wheel, and I hear it. I'm the problem. You're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna go cook dinner now and think about my life choices. Same. Yeah, my pile is very large, and I really like, not all of these are NetGalley. I have some that are like direct from authors, but it just feels like a thick stack. It's like it has some weight to it. It's not the weight of a piece of paper anymore. So yeah. All right, we got through that talking bit super fast. We did so great, you guys. So we're gonna head into our next sprint, because we do need to keep things rolling today. We have a long time to sprint. We're going to be still sprinting for the next little over 6 hours. So we're going to keep things moving so that we can give people as much reading time as possible and do another hour. Glenda, Courtney says, I was so exhausted, and was happy to get some fun news. Yay. So yeah, congrats, Courtney. But we will go ahead and do 1 more hour here. And so I will see you all in the next 60 minutes. And for now, happy sprinting. All right, everybody, welcome on back from our second sprint. Hello, hello. Come on back. Let's talk about how this sprint went for everybody. Put my hair back up in my little bun. I was productive, but at different things than I thought I would be productive at during that sprint. What I mean by that is I was very thrown. So I went downstairs to talk to my husband, and the person who came to pick up something from Facebook Marketplace, I posted on Facebook Marketplace. She wanted one thing that I'd posted in a lot of things. She wanted one of them. And I was like, cool. It's like $5. So she's like, okay, just want to make sure I have exact cash. Cool. And then, I mean, I'm flabbergasted. So I'm like, cool, that's fine. And then she comes, my husband, I hear her in my house, like my husband must let her in to come grab it from the bin of things. And then I go down there and look, and he gives me $10, and I'm like, oh, she only owed $5. And he's like, oh, she grabbed 2 things. I'm like, okay. There's a bin of stuff for sale and a bin of stuff for not sale. He let her go through both bins, and instead of the one thing that she did say she was going to get, she got 2 things from the bin of stuff not for sale. And I met, like, when I heard her downstairs, I just clarified, like, yep, the white one is in the one bin for you. That, that's the one for you. So she grabbed 2 different ones that were not for sale. So I messaged her and I'm like, hey, it looks like you grabbed some other stuff that was not included in the listing from my home that was not yours. So give it back, please. That stuff's not for sale. Please give it back. So I put the thing that she did want to buy out on the step. I'm like, bring that back. I'll give you your cash back. I don't care about the $5. I want my stuff back. So she's on her way back. And I just left that on. I put it on the step, and I've got my Ring camera or whatever. But I'm like, that feels crazy. Like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean you just, like, no, that wasn't. Anyway, so I did that. I also put all the books that I showed you, I put away where they go. The ones that I am going to be gifting to others, I put in my pile of book swap books. And then the ones that I'm keeping, I worked into my bookshelves downstairs. And then I decided to go through the my ARC list, and I pulled out all of the ARCs that I have physical copies of, whether it's a physical ARC copy or a completed copy that I bought or acquired after it released, because these are almost all old. Just to pull them out to, like, have them ready. So I pulled the books off the shelf. I also pulled the ones that I already have on Libby, like actively borrowed from Libby this morning. So I pulled all those out of my shelf, and then I said, you know what, self? I have not done my July unhaul yet. Every month I go through and I do a little bit of an unhaul from my shelves, because frankly, with 250-ish books to read, sometimes I'm just like, you know what, I haven't read this book in years and I'm really not feeling it. And that's totally fine. And I pass the book on to somebody who will appreciate it, because I think of books and other things in my home like sentient objects, not the romancy kind, to be clear. But I think of a lot of things as, like, if I were this book, would I like to sit on this shelf, never to be interested in or read, or would I rather be on a book swap table to be picked up by somebody who might want me? So there's some books that I pulled off the shelf there. I did some unhauling. So now I will be ending the month of July at 244 books unread instead of 253. I unhauled 9 books, baby. So that's a really big win for me. That means that I have officially read 37% of the books that I own. Hell yeah. And I've pulled 26 off of my shelves this month, whether by reading them or unhauling them. And I feel really good about that. I only have 244 unread on my little chart that I have. The chart tops out at 250. So now my little line is below the top of the chart. So that feels really good. Yeah. All right, let's see how y'all did this sprint. And now I'm like, all my stuff's done. That lady is going to come back and we'll see how that goes. And I'm going to be ready to, like, actually start writing reviews now. Only 17 of them to write. We will be fine. Totally fine. So let's check in on how folks did. We have a lot of comments. Wow. Corey says, my pile of arcs that are still truly arcs is quite small. So I'm going to be proud of that. Absolutely. Like, same. I have, like, I don't know, a very small number of ones that, like, after August will truly be future state arcs. So most of my arcs have been published, or by the end of August will have been published. I have like 10 for August 11th. But I have maybe 11 or 10 or 11 total for the rest of the year. So like once I get through all my old ones, I'm going to be set. I'm going to be so good. Chrissy says, I try to read my arcs 1 month before the release date. I still have 1 August arc I didn't get to in July, so that will be my first August read. I have 11 September arcs in the August TBR. All I can say is like, that's queen behavior right there, because I could not. I could never. What I could do is I could just stop requesting a ton of books that are all releasing on the same day. But I will say all of the arcs that I have for August, and actually all the ones that I have that released in July, like all of them are books that are highly anticipated for me. They just happen to all release at the same time. Like in July, Daggermouth and Second First Dates. And then in August, I have the second book in the zombie rom-com series, World's Okayest Oracle Reluctantly Seeks Demon. I have Night Songs by Allie Dyer, the sequel to Strange Folk. Dreamland by Olivia Blake. I love Olivia Blake. Splintered Kingdom by Gretchen Powell Fox. Earthbound by Sarah El-Arifi, the finale to that trilogy. Never Whistle at Night, Part 2. The second in that anthology. Annalisa Brana's new book, Air of Prophecy. Like all of these books I'm so excited for. Almost all my September ones are also sequels to books that I loved the first of. So I'm just like, I'm not trying to load up on like a bunch of August, but it just happened. Jess says, I would love to get that up to date. Yeah, we would love to be like Chrissy. Everybody be like Chrissy. Glenda says hi. Hi, Chrissy, by the way. Welcome in. Hello to Glenda. Jean got a widget. Lucky you. Jess says, I flicked through Nick Alley nonfiction that I'm reading, but not counting as read. It was way more in-depth than I was expecting, so I'm not going to read all 350 pages, but still gave it a good review. And if I DNF, I do still give a review. Christina's here. Hello, hello, hello. Christina says, hello. Been lurking for a bit while you did some admin. Excellent. Carly says, this book made me think of you and starting my arc of the wrong playbook. Excellent. I've heard great things about this book made me think of you. I've heard awesome things about that. Christina's always got reminders for us to take care of ourselves. Make sure you're hydrating, probably with more than an energy drink, but whatever. It's liquid. Feed yourself, check laundry, take meds, stretch. And if you want to show some like to that love button and that subscription button, you feel free, baby. I'd love that. I don't know why I called you all baby. That just sort of slipped out. There is a playlist for all of the ARC August sprints. We have folks sprinting multiple times per week. Tia and I, for Team Obsidian Order, we have something special cooking up for you for some special events. So keep an eye out for that. Maggie's here. Hello, Megan. How are you? Says hello to Christina. We've got Allie saying hi to Christina. Courtney did have to hop out. Bye, Courtney. Have a good night. And Allie got to 31% in the bookshop in the corner. Excellent. I feel like book titles are starting to run together because I just like put a bunch of books away and then I reorganized books on my shelf over here, pulled out these arcs, did some unhauling. So my brain's like, because then I updated the spreadsheet to reflect everything. I have to. Jess says, help, I requested more books on NetGalley. Only 3, but I couldn't resist. One is an author I've discovered there and like, I can't resist looking at my fave category in case I miss out. Yeah. That's how they get you. That's how it happens. You've just described exactly the problem. Corey says, it took me a hot minute to find an arc I could track down an audio for, but I got to 10% in Not Safe for Work and got chicken parm in the oven. Yay. I loved Not Safe for Work. I do have the arc of the next book in the series, Too Cold for Comfort. And I'm like, I'm excited. I loved Not Safe for Work so much. I'm like, maybe I should look at my auto-approved publisher list and see if there's any that can't. Oh no, they do have a new book. Oh, they have 2 new books. Ooh, that's a pretty cover. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna put this on the list of 2 requests because it's auto approved. I know I'll get it. We'll do that after Arc August because it's a November book. That one looks good too. Damn. This is not good, you guys. There are too many books that are good here. That one looks good too. Damn it. Okay, nope. We're gonna blinders, blinkers, whatever they're called. Allie says bye to Courtney. Christina says hi to Megan. Hi to Allie. Hi to Corey. Renee says I did not read, listen, or do chores. I signed up for Arc August. I have no idea what I'm doing. You know what? Step 1 done. For those who don't know, quick overview. Arc August is a readathon. It is pretty chill. It's funny because my friend Jennifer just asked in Discord, what is it? So I'll refer to this. But Arc August, it is a readathon that is a month long, all throughout the month of August. It starts today, but and essentially it's a competitive readathon where you join a team and then you and your team submit the pages that you read. Even if you're reading on audio, you still like know how many pages are in the book. And so you submit the pages that you read, and those are just points. You do earn bonus points for fulfilling team bonus prompts, for reading BIPOC authors, for reading queer authors. And then there are some, like, in the Discord, they pop up additional challenges that you can fulfill, the Secret Society challenges. But you just earn points for your team and see if your team wins. And it's a way to get you motivation and a way to structure your reading. So if you're like, what do I read next? You can ask your team in a poll, which is the first Secret Society challenge. And then you also could just look at, like, what are the bonus prompts? Maybe you want to read something that fits that. So it's just, I really love readathons like this because the competitive spirit gets me motivated to read, but we're not like pushy or mean about it. You know what I mean? Like, we're not, nobody's being like, oh, you only contributed XYZ points. Nope. Nobody's doing that. Points are averaged across the team. So even if the team sizes are not equal, that's totally okay because they'll be averaged over the number of people who are on the team. So yeah. And if you have signed up, I would say join the Discord for your team. And then just start reading. And when you read something, there is a channel called Important Links. You just want to hop in there, and that has a submission form to fill out. You just fill out the form for each book that you read. You can also fill out that form if you watch a video from any of the hosts. There's a channel for host videos. You can fill out the form anytime you join one of the host sprints. So for this sprint session right now, you could fill out the form to get some bonus points. Really just have that form bookmarked and fill it out as you perform any of the activities that count. And then it will do the points for you, so you don't have to. All right. Ken says, I made it 33% into the secret world of Briar Rose and crocheted more of my cardigan I'm working on. Cute. Is that related in any way to Sleeping Beauty, Aurora? Her alias was Briar Rose, right? Is that same thing? May says, we're supposed to get emails when we submit, right? It's a great question. Oh, come on. Read with, oh no, Vanessa. That's what I want. I want Vanessa. Should people be getting emails when they submit the form as confirmation? We'll find out. I just asked in that FAQ channel. Jess says, that's horrible. I agree. I'm like, since when do you show up at somebody's house? And by the way, she didn't tell me she was coming. Just fun fact. Literally, like, she never said, oh, can I come out? Are you free today? Are you home today? I just, during this last sprint, I heard knocking at my door and I'm like, hello? I look at me, like, didn't tell me you're coming. So my husband has to open the door, and he was asleep, by the way. And then she takes things that she wasn't gonna buy. Anyway, I'm fired up. Glenda says, Lexi sprinting for Donna's 72-day readathon. Yes, absolutely. Feel free to sprint hop. Absolutely. Like, there's a lot of great creators, so sprint hop around and visit everybody's sprints. Corey says, woohoo, you go, Glen Coco. Ashley says, I took Obi for a walk, took the trash out, swapped over laundry, and still making dinner. Excellent. And of course, says stop shopping, abort, abort. I know. I just have to like not even look at it because realistically, anything that's being posted on NetGalley like now is not being published until November, December anyway. So there's no harm in me not looking. Like I'm not going to miss something. You know what I mean? And because I'm focusing on getting my percentage up, theoretically, it's better for me to apply at the end of the month anyway. So, Sonia says, got to 50%. Oh, awesome. You're making progress today. And then this is the announcement in TBR's playlist for ARC August. So Christina always has all the playlists on lock. The playlist on YouTube just basically shows you all the different videos. I need to post mine because I have recommendations for Obsidian Order for anthologies and middle grade books. Ken says, yes, it's a retelling of Sleeping Beauty. Cute. And Jess says, I never give my address until a time has been confirmed. People are weird. We'd had a time earlier this week, and then she had said, I'm so sorry, I can't make it today. Can I come later in the week? And I'm like, absolutely, just let me know when you're free. So she did already have my address because of that. So going back real quick to Mai's question, are we supposed to get emails when we submit? Now you are. That has just been turned on, so it should be available for you starting now. And Ashley says, I popped the recipe in Discord. Thank you. If in case you missed it, Ashley made a really good dinner, really good looking dinner. So where'd you put it? Where did you? Oh, she put the recipe in my Discord. My Discord is linked in the description down here. So Ashley did pop both a picture of the meal, of the fantastic, very chefy meal, and also a link to the recipe. So that if you're interested in the smothered chicken, it's in there. I just love that there are so many carrots involved in this meal because fun fact, love cooked carrots. Cooked carrots are one of my favorite foods of all time. I don't know why, because I hate fruit cooked. I hate hot fruit. But I love cooked carrots. So that looks great. And yeah, Jess, it is frustrating. I'm heated. Ashley says, not chefy, very easy. And Ashley also loves cooked carrots. Perfect. I keep hitting this. I'm so sorry. All right. That's the end of our comments. Perfect. So for this next sprint, I am actually going to start writing reviews. We have 5 hours left, which means we can probably fit in 3.5 sprints. So my goal is to write at least 4 reviews per sprint. We'll see. I sort of believe in myself. We'll see. So we'll find out. Allie also, everybody loves cooked carrots. It's because they're delicious. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do 1 more hour of sprinting. We'll pull this back up here. Now that I'm actually writing, maybe we'll change it to like, oh, but if I'm typing, the cow doesn't do anything. I'll change it to gaming so that the cow can use her little hoofs too. It's just too cute. Too cute. Can't not do it. I wish I could zoom in on her because she's so cute. All right, we'll do our 1 more hour. So I will see you all in 60 minutes, and I hope that you have a very good sprint. All right, everybody, welcome on back from that sprint. Hello, hello. I try to make sure that I'm like not being, too surprising when I come back from a sprint. I'm just like, hello, hello, welcome back. All right, I got one review written. One. I did get all of my newest stuff downloaded to my Kobo, though. I need a new Kobo case pretty badly. I need one that has a flap cover. There's one scratch on it already, and I just don't like this design, but it was free, so need to get a new Kobo cover. Kobo. But yeah, so I didn't really do a whole lot during that sprint, which is fine. I did talk to a couple more people about joining us for ARC August, so I think Obsidian Order might have a couple more people. I also got our dARCmore stuff up here so that we can all see what we're doing now, and everything actually looks like ARC August. But let me know how you did in that sprint. Let me know how it went. I'm also like looking at this pile of stuff off to the side of me, and I don't know if anybody else goes to a lot of like local bookish events to them, but I do. I go to quite a few. Oh my gosh, I have so much stuff. I go to a lot of local book things, book fairs, book events. I get a lot of author art. I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can show all this on camera because sometimes it's a little too spicy. That's a not spicy one. But I get art from artists, art prints, etc. And I'm realizing that I have like a lot of it. This thing is completely full. This is a book sleeve that I got from my local. Actually, if you end up being one of the winners from my Summer of Love Readathon, you get one of these book sleeves. I love them. I'll let you pick your print, but this is the little free library print, and I think it's so stupid cute. I use them to hold a lot of stuff because I have a lot of stuff. So I'm like, I also just have all this stuff that needs to be kind of like organized. I keep this binder of art prints. Oop, can't show that on YouTube. Nope, not that either. Where are some art prints that I can show? Nope, no, ooh, no. Okay, that's mostly tame. So whenever I get art prints from an author at an event, I put them in here. So these are all for, oh boy, which one is this? This is Every Version of You, I think, by Sloan Spencer. Oh, that's a spicy one. We can't show that one. Anyway, so I put them all into here. So I have some that need to go in there next, but that I might do that while I continue to write reviews. I will focus. I just drank my energy drink, so now it's like gonna start kicking in. Jean said, listened to, we're currently at, Not That Fancy, Lessons for Life by Reba. I assume McIntyre, because fancy, here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down. My guy said, my friends are over for D&D. Thank you for sprints. I'll join again afterwards if you're still on. That is so fun. Friday night D&D with friends. That sounds awesome. Jess says, made it through 15% of another NetGalley nonfiction with lots of pictures, a strange writing style with unnecessarily big words and huge sentences. Time to swap to something else. Sometimes your brain just needs a little break, and that's okay. Ken says, have to head out for the day, but thanks for hosting. Excited for this month. Yay. Thanks for hanging out, Ken. Have a great night. Good night. From Mary. And Mary says to Jess, picture, recipe, craft, and puzzle books are a fantastic way to build your NetGalley percentage. It can't be stressed enough. Don't ask for too many at once. Also look for listen and read nows. You don't just like get approved. You get to experience writing what the publisher looks for, and that info can be in your bio and stuff. Kids books and all ages are available. So Mary reads toddler book. I read kids books too. They're just a few pages, but you still get that review experience, which is nice. And Jess has dabbled in quite a bit. Vanessa is asking if anyone is interested in Regency romance or historical romance, and if you're in the US, and or if you do, I think US Audible. Jess says not in the US, but I like Julie Klassen and Sarah E. Ladd. So if you use UK or US Audible and you like those genres, hit up Vanessa on Discord. Not quite sure how it works with New Zealand. Allie got to 35% in the bookshop on the corner. Excellent. 36%. And Vanessa is trying to get people to respond to their DMs. So if she's DM'd you, take a look. Everybody look at Discord. I assume that Vanessa has a limited time only deal on something for people. So Ashley says, that's one less review to worry about. Yeah, exactly. You're correct. And if I hadn't done other stuff, you know. Ashley says, no reading that sprint, just ate dinner, but you fed yourself, and that's important too. Jess made lunch and now can read while eating. We're just like hanging out with Jess for basically the entire day. I'm so happy. Renee finished chores and listened to Amina Al-Sarafi. Excellent. Being productive and reading. Reading is being productive too. Mary is on page 107 at about 30%, so 5 hours to go on audio. Nice. Corey got to 16% of not safe for work, had dinner, and now I'm chilling on the couch with a donut. Oh, incredible. Love that. Corey says, love the art print idea. I have a giant pile of them from the BookCon last weekend and didn't know what to do with them. Yeah, this is actually something that I got in I think in an Illumicate box like a million years ago. And it's literally just like a giant photo album. And so I've been using it to put my art prints in because I love having art prints, but realistically, I don't like putting them in books because I love my indie authors. But indie authors, I would love if your art prints fit inside the book without sticking out at all. Because if they stick out, that drives me insane. So I put them all in here instead. I do have a disproportionate amount of Jude and Carden art because I love them, Your Honor. I have quite a lot of Jude and Carden from a variety, and everyone needs to see it. There's Madoc, and then there's Jude and Carden. I fucking love Folk of the Air. Like, look at them. Oh my god. I love it. It's just about half full now. But you can also just look for this one was specifically for art prints. You could just go get a photo album for, I don't know what size this is. And I should have a ruler somewhere. This would fit. This is 6x8 prints. So, and it's, for me, it's fitting the vast majority of prints, because if people do a 4x6, I can put 2. If they do a 5x7, it fits. Anything, a little bit bigger fits. So I love this. I kind of want to like get some paper, like scrapbook paper, to cover the outside in something different. I don't love this, but whatever, it works. I also have some available like for trades to people, and so I keep those at the end of the book. Mary says, how many reviews are left? 16. Glad you asked. For NetGalley, though, 4 of those are not NetGalley. 4 of those are just reviews for direct arcs I receive from authors. Those are slightly less priority, just because I want my NetGalley percentage to be accurate starting at midnight. So, Damaris got to 34% in Rewrite the Stars and ate dinner. Excellent. Very nice. Jess says, I have Audible, no idea which Amazon it runs through, and it doesn't really seem to say. Corey says, I got a little trash goblin happy and was just grabbing stuff, so I don't even know where half of them came from, but they're just pretty. They are pretty. And a lot of authors make these for a reason, and so if I can have stuff about the books that I've read, which I really enjoy, and then also, is this another Jude and Carden? It's not, but it looks like Jude and Carden. If there's ever a time when I can like help support an author by buying a print for like a couple bucks more, why wouldn't I? Like usually it's, hey, you can buy the book for 18, or for 20 you can get the bundle with the art print. Absolutely, no question. I'll do it every time. I also have a whole bunch of my badge ribbons for this year. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to go to enough book events to use up the remainder of my badge ribbons for the year. I have so many. They say, yeah, I have a personality. It's books. And they're purple. And usually it's like every year I do a different badge ribbon for events and stuff. And this year I have too many. So what do I do when I do a new badge ribbon next year? Do I just also hand these out as like a bonus? Maybe. Ugh. Mary says, no, uncovering the book. I love it. I don't I don't really like this design. It doesn't fit my aesthetic. I don't know where the quote came from on the front. I don't know. It's just not my vibe. And Corey says, it's another new obsession of mine. I am addicted to badge ribbons. I love a badge ribbon. Somewhere in this office, somewhere, is all of the badge ribbons from events that I've gone to recently. Look, I've got big plans. Eventually, all this shit will be picked up. And then there will be shelves all the way back that wall. This will move over to this desk. I have little stands. I've got a giant pen holder that will go up on the wall right here. And then on the bottom of the pen holder, it has a ton of hooks for badges. I go to a billion events for work and stuff. I have hundreds of badges from events. And I like keeping them. I like collecting them. And a lot of them have badge ribbons and they'll trail down on the wall. And I'm so excited. I just got to put everything together. Corey says, I need to find more art prints for books I've actually read. I'm sad I didn't realize Daggermouth had an option for art prints, but I bought one from her table, but I need them all. And like, I do really like when I buy a series and I like the series. Oh, I gotta be careful on which ones I flip to because some of these I truly cannot show on stream. When there's like a whole series of them and they fit and I can just like see them all. I'm like, where is this one? So like this one is from AJ Alexander's series, and there's like one for each couple that's featured in the books. All 4 of the books are interracial hockey romances, which is cute. So I really like the art on these in particular. I really like this artist. So yeah. All right. Cool. We got through that chatty bit really quick. We're going to keep moving because I want to make sure that people are getting enough time to read, etc. And I also need to be writing my reviews. I changed the little thingy down here. Review sprints. More for me. You can do whatever you want. So we will hop into our next sprint here. Oh, and look at that. The dARCmore Academy still shows at the top. I love that for us. We'll hop into the next one and just keep rolling on through. Looks like we went up in rank. Yay. Ooh. But we'll go ahead and get the sprint started, and I will see y'all in 60 minutes. So happy sprinting. All right, welcome back, everybody. How did that sprint go for you? Let me know. Go ahead and get in the chat. Let us know what you got done during that sprint. I got all of my art prints put away, so that's all cleaned up. All my new bookmarks put away. I just have a couple of things left, and it's some keychains and stuff that I've gotten from events. I do need to find a good way to display them because they're really cute. First and foremost, somebody made bead lizards to hand out, but look at them. Look at how little they are. He's the teeniest, tiniest little seed bead lizard you ever saw. I got 2 of them. I'm like, I want to put them on everything, but I also don't want to put them on anything because I don't want to lose them. And also, my friend makes these keychains on her laser cutter, the book, and it's an NFC tag. So if I, like right now, this is attached to a specific website. If people, oh, hey, you want to go to that website? Boom. And you can do, like, she made them so that you can attach like your Instagram, your YouTube, whatever. I'm gonna buy one with my link tree on it, and I'm really excited for it. So yeah, I love this. I have a couple other keychains and stuff that I've collected too, but yeah, that I got all my art prints put away, and then I got 2 reviews written. So I'm 3 down on 17 total. 14 or 13 that have to get done. But I will say I'm really in a groove. Like these last 2 have churned out really quick at the end here. So now I'm like really, I'm feeling in the zone. I feel in the zone now. So we're going to see how many we can get done. We still have 3 hours left of sprinting. So there's still time. There's still time. I have written 3. There were 13 that had to get done. I have 10 left. Plus, if I want to do those extra 4, that'd be good. So we'll see. We'll find out. Oh, I also arranged dog care for tomorrow. So tomorrow, I am going to Yardapalooza, which is an annual event that some of our friends put on, which is Yard Game Tournament Olympics. So there are 6 different events. You go as a team of 2. You come, and then it's a 24 team bracket for each of the 6 events that you play through. We're talking big Jenga, beer pong, but big yard pong, bags or cornhole, whatever some of you call it. So it's a bunch of games like that. And then you see who wins, and it takes all day. We're going to be gone for 12 hours. So I did go talk to my neighbor and arrange for them to come let the dogs out while we're gone, so we don't have to drive home for that. So Hilla said went to eat, but I'll have you know I am very close to finishing the 2 books I want to finish, so very doable. Very nice. Hell yeah, you can do it. Mary gives you a little finger crossing. Glenda says hi. Here's Glenda pops up. And Julie's here. Hello, listening to the Da Vinci Code, trying to finish for a July read. Awesome. It's been a long time since I've read the Da Vinci Code. Yeah, crossing fingers for you too. Renee switched to reading A Touch of Darkness by Scarlett St. Clair while I live in bed. While I live in bed. I do have this on my physical TBR as well. I recently read Terror at the Gates by her, and I loved it. It was awesome. So I have a feeling I'm going to like that too, I think, probably. Jamie joined us. Hey, Jamie, how are you? What are you reading? What's on your docket for Arc August to get started? Let us know. I also feel like it's like about that time of night where I'm going to have to take a Tums. I had 1 singular piece of pizza today. It's not the only thing I've eaten, but every time I have any variety of pizza, yeah. I really should just take my acid reflux medication. That might solve problems for me, but whatever. Jamie says hello to Mary. Mary says hi to Jamie. Mary got to 44% and have 3.5 hours of audio left. You can do it because I'm scheduled to sprint until like 11-ish Central. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. You can speed up a teeny bit. We'll get it done. Glenda says hi to Jamie and hi back. Jess ate lunch and watched a cozy YouTube video, then managed an everything shower. Just needed dry hair, and then I can rest, read, nap. Oh my God, Jess is having the best day, literally. Jess has been, for those who are not aware, Jess is in New Zealand, so right now it's like what, 2 p.m. there, in the afternoon on Saturday, and you woke up at like before 6. You got every chore done. You made yourself a big breakfast. You read for a while. You literally did so many chores. Then you made yourself a lunch, and now you did an everything shower, and now you're gonna read and nap for the afternoon. That sounds like the best day. Mary wants to know what Jamie's reading. Allie got to 42% in the bookshop on the corner. Excellent. And it is a very cute bead lizard. I love bead lizards in general. And I'm like, ooh, a seed bead lizard? Thank you. They're so little. They're so cute. I love them. I love them bad. Jamie says, I fed all the cats, ate a BLT sandwich, and got a couple pages read in my ARC True Color by Corey Stamper, which is now at 18%. Excellent. Awesome, awesome. Ashley got to 22% and Don't Go Baking My Heart. Also cleaned up the kitchen and loaded and started the dishwasher. Amazing. Allie has 5 hours, 45 minutes left in my book. Is that how much you have if you were going at 1x speed, or is that how much you have left at your current speed? Are you listening at more than 1x speed? Jess says, are you enjoying it, Allie? Pretty sure it's on my TBR, but my library doesn't have it. Oh, that sucks. Allie, is your book a cozy book? Tell everybody. There's questions. Jaylee says, I have 2 hours and 15 minutes left of the Da Vinci Code. We can do that on the rest of our sprints tonight, for sure. Sadia says, I got to 90%. Yay, you're so close. Thank you for my 2 reviews. But I'm in a groove. And also the 2 reviews that I wrote. So I got a widget for the trad re-release of Mother of Death and Dawn by Carissa Broadbent. And with the widget for the trad re-release, they're like, to make sure you have everything you need to read this book, here are the widgets for the trad re-releases of the previous 2 books. So I got the entire trilogy on NetGalley. And they also sent me a physical copy of Mother of Death and Dawn, which I'm like, oh, great. Sounds awesome. I love that for me. So even though I'd already read the previous 2, I got them on NetGalley also. So it's like I didn't even have to reread them. I just remember. And Mother of Death and Dawn is the second book I'm going to read in ARC August based on the poll that I did earlier today. So I'm like, doing these reviews is getting me really excited to read it though. So I'm happy about that. Allie says it's listed as a cozy romance rom-com funny type book. Nice. Mary says it sounds cute every time you type it. Type what? Oh, the book that Allie's reading. The bookshop on the corner. Yes. Jamie says, I'm still reading the ARCs I pulled up in individual tabs and earmarked for Herkiad. So as I finish them, I'm completing prompts for Herkiad. Yay! For those who don't know, Jamie leaves tabs open until the book is read, which feels crazy to me because I could never. Lavender says, after a couple hours of mom life things, now I get to read the rest of the night. Got to 5% in Vow of Eternal Night, which is a Camp NetGalley read. Excellent. Also, props to moms. I couldn't be me. But being able to kind of just take off the mom for a minute for the night and just read sounds delightful. Allie is really enjoying the audiobook. Awesome. Mary says there are 3 of us so close for that midnight clock. Absolutely. Well, and it's not August for 3.5 more hours for me. So, you could pick what clock you're going by. 1:20 p.m. for a New Zealander. 1:26 p.m. now. Mandatory nap every day for chronic illness. But I'll have a better day tomorrow. Going to the fancy hotel at the airport with family for breakfast buffet and watching planes. Incredible. I love that. That's great. And I mean, you say you'll have a better day tomorrow. I'm so impressed with how much you've gotten done today. So I think you've had a great day today too. Allie says current speed, not 1.25. I highly recommend it, but fair warning, it starts slow, but stay with it. It's so worth it. Good. Honey Jill joined us. Hello. How's it going? Let us know what name you'd want me to call you by, in case you don't want me to just call you by your username. But let us know what you're reading today or working on if you're not reading, because I'm not reading. I'm writing reviews for the many, many, many books that I've read and have not written reviews for. But we're slowly, that percentage is just going to it's going to feel so good because right now, my percentage, I started at 61% this morning. And with 13 reviews to submit, I'm going to end, I think, at 70 right around 70%. And that means for ARC August, I'm almost guaranteed to hit 80%, which is going to feel real good. And, you know, I have the graphic novel middle grade book from Camp Neck Alley. I have the children's book from Camp Neck Alley. Both of those should go really quickly. I can knock those out. That's 2 more reviews done. My percentage is going to hit 80% for the first time. I don't know, maybe ever. I'm so excited. And Mary says, thank you. Yay. Yeah, I'm so impressed with how productive you've been. And Allie says, you're welcome. Hunch Shelf says, is reading A Rather Vengeful Accord by Danielle Knight. Awesome. I have heard good things about that one. Yay. All right. Jamie says, I keep expecting to see my percentage drop because I keep getting more arcs, really good ones, but I'm holding steady at 29%. I think I've seen that too, where like, as I get more, I'm like, I expect my percentage to drop more than it does. But because it's math, my head doesn't want to do the math, but, mathematically I do get why it does that. I will say, let's see. For those who don't know, I have a spreadsheet that helps you track where you're at for your Neck Alley percentages. Let me find it here. Neck Alley percent. Okay, here we go. I will get this link in the chat real quick. Okay, posting this link in the chat, and I will share my screen for it, just so you can all see what I'm talking about. Share screen, this tab. Cool. All right, so this is a tracker that I put together. The link should take you to a copy of, should force you to make a copy of this. And essentially, all you do is you fill in these 2 numbers here up at the top. So for my Neck Alley, that is 158 and 98. So currently approved is at 158. Total reviewed is at 98. It'll tell you your current percentage, but it'll also tell you how many you have to go to hit each milestone of 10. The 80 is highlighted just because that's the one that, you know, they recommend you do. And so let's say, for example, that I'd only had 50 reviewed. So then it would tell me I have 13 to review to hit 40, 29 total to review to hit 50. I could add a formula in here, I suppose, if you wanted to see like 13 and then another 16 and then another, you know, if you wanted to know how many between each gate here. But for me, this is just really helpful because then I know, like, I can just set realistic goals. I have 28 total to submit in order to hit 80%. Now, there's still 12 more that I have to submit tonight. So it's like, okay, I'll hit that, you know, or tonight/tomorrow, whenever I get it done. So I'll hit my 70, then 28 minus 13. I only have 15 more to go. I can read 15 books this month. So I can definitely hit my 80. It just helps you, I don't know, think about this. You only have to fill in these 2. The formulas do the rest. Feel free to use it. I like it. I built it, so theoretically I should like it, I guess, but whatever. Haunted Shelf is reading on audiobook and aiming to clear a third of arcs. Nice. I would love to clear out at least a third of what I've got. I feel like I have so many, and I personally like to be in a spot where I have less than a page, like less than 20 outstanding. And I currently have more than that. More than that outstanding. Also, some of the ones that I have to write. So I think I have 11 left to write, but of those 11, some of them are doubled up. So like, Seek the Traitor's Son, I have 2 on Neck Alley for that because I have the audio and the main one. I think there's one more that I have doubled up on too. So it's like when I submit that, I will get double points for it, which is really nice. Jess did DM me pictures of the view from the hotel last time we went. Gorgeous sunrise over the mountains. That's just like a really fun idea of what to do for breakfast though too. Just to like go find somewhere where not only you can eat, but then you can just like watch planes take off and see mountains and see pretty things. Like that just sounds like a good time. That's a creative like family thing to go do. I love that. I love that. That's great. See, Jeff says, I just discovered I'd put my t-shirt on backwards, so I'm not entirely winning today. That's all right. That's all right. And good. I'm glad that it copies. I'm glad that it copies this one. And then Jamie, Mary wants to know how many more you need to hit 80% if you're at 29 and you're sticking at 29. I think the question isn't how many does Jamie need to hit 80? I think the question is, can Jamie not request long enough to get to that 80? Because Jamie gets hella books. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, but I believe last time we talked about this, which was months ago, your total requested or total approved was in the thousands. And your like outstanding number of outstanding books was in like the couple of hundreds. So according to the spreadsheet, Jamie only needs 647 more reviews to hit 80%. So, my goodness, that's a lot. That's a lot. I feel less bad about my currently 58 outstanding now. Just says, we sometimes just get McDonald's and park up and watch planes, and it's so fun. That's really cute. I only need 3 more reviews and I'll be at 60%. Yay! It's just our brains like goals broken down like that. And all of a sudden, Jess is glad I've only been approved for 88. I think I'm like, so I'm at 98 right now. So I need to submit 2 more and I'll finally hit my 100 reviews badge. So I'm really excited about that. And I was really excited when my approvals hit over 100. So I was like, oh, yay. I can finally, conceptualize actually getting that badge because I like to collect badges. I'm a collector of things. That's how my brain functions. And so the fact that like a lot of the badges on here, I can't do anything about, like I can't make publishers auto approve me. I can't make them give me a featured review. So I can't. Hunter says, I also have like 4 indie author arcs that need to be read, not on NetGalley. Me too. I have a pile of NetGalley reviews to write. And then I have 4 reviews to write for direct author arcs that I got that are not on NetGalley. But then of my pile of books to read, I think these are my priority NetGalley reads. I put every single arc on a Post-it. I think I have 3 or 4 that I got directly from authors that I need to read as well. So I'm like, oopsie, working on it. We're trying. Just says, I cannot make spreadsheets, but love seeing targets like that. Yeah, our brains like milestones. Our brains like seeing things broken down into bite-sizable chunks. It's the same reason that like if you are doing something physical like running, they're like focus on if you can just make it to the next intersection, to the next street crossing, whatever kind of thing. Jean says, I finished The Shippers, yay! By Catherine Center, and my Kindle was at 5%. That's a great reminder for me to charge my Kobo. Thank you. I also, so for this thing that I'm going to tomorrow for Yardapalooza, I am not competing this year. I'm not, so in order to compete, you have to be in costume. It's a thing. I don't want to be in costume. And so I told my husband, I was like, hey, can you find somebody else to be your teammate? And he's like, yeah, for sure. He's been trying to trade me for a long time because he thinks I'm bad at games. We've been bagged champions for multiple years in a row. So that can't be right. I'm like, how dare you? But instead, I'm going to go and I'm going to commentate. I'm going to talk at people. So I've got a bunch of these. So I'm going to bring my microphones. Is it on? Hello. Oh, we got to add reverb. Got to have echo. Hello. So I have a bunch of these. I need to get them. Oh, I need to get them all charged up tonight so that I can commentate. So that's also a good reminder that I need to charge all my things. Yeah. Perfect. We will get that moving. It's a good reminder for me. Jess says, agreed. I'm such a loot goblin, want all the things. Yeah. Jamie says, I've been approved for 1,257 arcs so far. So if y'all are thinking you can't possibly get approved for stuff, yeah, you can. You absolutely can. Renee is going to bed soon. Have a good night. Have a good night, Renee. Thanks for hanging out with us today for so long. I appreciate that. I'm so happy that we got to see you. And we'll see you back on maybe next Friday night on my sprints. But there's lots of Arc Rocket sprints to go. Jean only has one more review to hit 100. Yay! We can both hit it tonight. I also don't want to do my reviews, but I have to. So, Haunted Shelf says, I'm vlogging and doing a spinner reel, so pick my read so I don't get stressed about the next thing to read. Hard agree. Absolutely. I did a poll in our team chat for Obsidian Order, and I think I'm probably going to do that for the rest of my, picking the order of my books. So right now I'm reading Splintered Kingdom by Gretchen Powell Fox, and then the second book I'll read is Mother of Death and Dawn by Carissa Broadbent. The third book looks like it's going to be An Arcane Study of Stars by Sydney J. Shields. And I'll just keep posting polls and let y'all decide for me because I don't want to think about it. Jess says, when did you join, Jamie? I only joined in April. Jamie did join back in 2021. So our collection has been building up. And I will say, Jamie, if I remember right, back in November, you had 500 to do still. And so that tells me that you haven't gone too crazy on requesting in the last 6 months. So good job. I'm proud. And then, yeah, Jean doesn't want to do reviews tonight. I don't like the idea of doing reviews, but I do need to get reviews done regardless. And when I'm actually writing them, I don't mind it. There are only a couple of books in here that I truly barely remember because I'm oh, there's nothing memorable about this book, which I feel is kind of a review in itself. Jess says, that's very cool. I'm thrilled to have found some new favorite authors. Yes. And I have been loving a lot of my arcs that I've been getting approved for lately because I'm requesting ones that are sequels of debut novels. So it's a newer author, and I loved the first book, and then I get to love the second book, and I'm yay, I'm going to stay with them forever. Jamie says, I've built up enough of a reputation for something that I get approved for most of what I request, which is nice. Once you show a strong history of, hey, I do get to review books. I do get them reviewed, especially if you do that kind of oldest to newest situation and you show publishers what you can provide for them. That definitely helps. So we just got another friend to sign up for Arc August, and we'll see if she joins our team. I'm keeping an eye on the team chat. Hello, is she around? Ashley says, stating the obvious, but reviews are so subjective and I have such a hard time. Just because I didn't personally enjoy a book doesn't mean that it was bad per se, or that someone else might not enjoy it. I agree. And I do post, if it's a NetGalley, if it's an ARC, I do post on Storygraph, Goodreads, and Amazon, especially for indies, especially if it's a good review. If it's truly this book was a struggle for me to get through, it was really bad, I probably will not post elsewhere if I can help it. And if I DNF a NetGalley book, I will just post that DNF review to NetGalley. And then I will just mark on Storygraph that it was DNF'd and my reasons. But I won't post to Amazon or anything. But if I ever give a rating that's below a 4, I will say in the title of my review, hey, this one just wasn't for me, but I think that they're a reader. I think that people who like XYZ will like this book. So, for example, I just read the book Muscles and Monsters by Ashley Bennett. It's the Leviathan Fitness kind of erotica novellas. And I didn't love it. For me personally, the pacing was kind of weird. Um, the sex used it didn't vibe for me. Um, but I definitely think that there are absolutely ways to get to let me rephrase that. There are absolutely people out there who will enjoy it, and there are ways to like communicate that to people in a nice way. So, you know, I just I never want to I don't never want to convince someone to like not read a book unless like, there are very few exceptions. Some people will know that I am a noted Iron Flame hater. Or, books that were written by AI, maybe I would not recommend, I would like anti-recommend. But for the most part, if I didn't like a book, that doesn't mean that somebody else won't. It will probably resonate with somebody else better than I will. I didn't love the pacing of my Muscles and Monsters. Other people will, for sure. I've discovered in the world of paranormal erotica, I'm a Minotaur girly. I'm a Minotaur girl. I don't think that and I'm an orc girly for sure. I just don't think that I am going to end up being a wolven girl. And that's just a me thing. That's just a me preference. So, it just, there's something for everybody out there. There's a reader for every book. Jean says, I'm charging my Kindle and I'm going to let the poll decide, but it seems to be leaning toward Your Boyfriend Needs an Exorcist by Justine Priscilla Winans. I love that. Your Boyfriend Needs an Exorcist. It's a great title. Jess says, I can't work out why some from a certain publisher get approved and these that are pretty much the same don't. And knees? What do you mean by knees? Correct me on what you meant to say here. I will say, and I see a note down here from How to 12 Fun tips on how to get auto-approved from publishers. I'm only auto-approved for one publisher, and that's Forever Publishing because I was a member of their influencer team. I applied to be on their influencer team. When you get onto their influencer team, you get auto-approval. What I will say is how I've managed to start getting approvals from ones that do not give approvals very often, that I've done really well at lately. So, there's two publishers, Tor and Berkeley, who have not denied me for anything since January. We're gonna knock on wood here. I've not gotten denials from them. There is one Berkeley book right now, two Berkeley books that I haven't been approved for, but they're just pending. And I think once I get a couple of reviews in, I think it's just been a minute since I've submitted the review. I think they'll probably come through for me. But Tor and Berkeley have started approving me for nearly everything. And those are two that are notoriously hard to get approvals from. So what I've started to do is first, I emailed Tor directly. Tor is the publisher for most of Veronica Roth's books. I love Veronica Roth so goddamn much. She's my favorite author of all time. I love her so much. And when I applied for Seek the Traitor's Son back when it first launched, I got denied with a swiftness, like so fast. I just sent an email and I was like, hey, I just want to let you know. First, big fan of Tor books. I like a lot of what you publish. And I'm a huge Veronica Roth fan. I've loved her since Divergent, but I've also been a huge fan of her more recent works. This is my favorite book of hers. Here are a couple of reviews for her most recent releases that I've posted. And I just want to see if it's possible to get a NetGalley widget. I would really appreciate it. No pressure at all. It's totally fine if you guys have reached a limit already. I just wanted to ask and I would appreciate it. Polite, kind email without demanding. They immediately sent me back a widget and then they surprised me with a physical pre-ARC galley copy. So I have a pre-ARC galley. I do have a physical ARC of it that I found in a bookstore, not for sale, for free. And then I have a completed copy. And then, I have my, and then I have whatever. But after I sent that email, I started getting approved for Tor stuff all the time. And so sometimes it's just like showing somebody on the publishing team that you're a kind, nice human who loves their books earnestly. And sometimes it might be who's doing it. So another example is at Hachette. So Hachette is the parent publisher for Forever and several other imprints. And a lot of their books are under the Hachette listing, like the main Hachette listing in NetGalley. And it's different people from those different imprints going into approve. So somebody on the Forever team might approve you under Hachette, while somebody under a different Hachette team might not approve you just because they don't know you. That it's just all about the publicist that's doing it. Hard Shelf is on Ivory Illusions team. My condolences. I'm kidding, but Obsidian Order is the best one. Mary says, I look, Jamie, I've gotten approved for 1351, sent 1217, and have 53 to read. I'm at 90%. Mary, this is incredible. You're superhuman. You're a goddess among people. Holy crap. I'm extremely impressed. Jamie says, reviews when you don't like the book help others know more about whether the book will work for them. Yes. And I try to be very objective about exactly what it was, like Muscles and Monsters. What I just told you guys is, hey, the language felt weird to me. What I wrote in my review is, hey, the language that was used sometimes felt a little bit repetitive, which pulled me out of the moment. The terminology that was used for sexual organs felt very commonplace. Like the prose didn't feel flowery at all, and I don't need super flowery prose, but I need something to feel like an elevated experience as opposed to just using the same words over and over again. So I'll be really specific so that people can say, oh, hey, I don't mind that thing, so this book might work for me. Or they can say, ooh, I'm glad because that's something that bothers me too in books. Just says, if I think others might enjoy it, and I didn't say if you like X, you might like this, unless it's terrible writing. Yeah. And if it is terrible writing, I'll say, hey, I really struggled with the writing style, but the vibes were great. You know what? Great example. Ledge by Stacey McEwen. Ledge is Stacey McEwen's debut fantasy novel. And boy, oh boy, that was a struggle because pacing, terrible. World development, really bad. Actual like quality of writing, I did struggle with. However, the actual idea for the whole plot and story, phenomenal. The characters, I loved them. The vibes of the book were immaculate. I just really struggled to actually get, if it had been a movie where I didn't have to read descriptions of anything, great. And Stacey McEwen's writing, by the way, has improved a millionfold. Like a Forbidden Alchemy was a 6-star read for me. I absolutely thoroughly loved it. I am very excited to read A Forsaken Prophecy. I need to work that in here in sometime in August, hopefully. But that's the sort of thing where it's like some people might not care about writing quality and might like to know what the vibes are. And if they'll like the vibes, they'll like the book. Jean says, going back to my audiobook by Reba. Nice. Here's your last chance, Fancy, don't let me down. Jamie says, I do that too, saying what sort of readers the book might appeal to. And Jean says, when you say sex, you momentarily froze. YouTube's like, how dare you? I put on my streams that it's not for children, so it should not be showing my stream to people under 18. Jamie says, reading arcs from the publishers you favorited and reviewing those arcs is probably the best way to win auto approvals, but I only have a couple so far. Yeah, so like if you have favorited, so on my dashboard, I have a couple of favorite publishers, and if I am not finding myself requesting stuff from that publisher, I will remove them from my favorites list because I don't want publishers to go and see like, oh, wow, you just like everybody. I want them to see, oh, here are the ones you like. We happen to be one of them. And like this feels more targeted. So it feels more important. It feels more special, for lack of a better term. So I do go remove publishers off of my my preferred list or whatever, just to make sure that I'm keeping it special. Which feels like a weird thing to say. Keeping it special, y'all. Just meant others, not knees. 11 knees. Haunted Shelf says, try Mated Minotaur by Lex Lo. Oh, I'm very familiar with all of the Minotaur options available. my very, very top is Milking with the Minotaur by Cassandra Metcalf. Several of you have read it at my recommendation. I will say the author is Tickled Pink. She's absolutely thrilled that so many people have found it. I'm thrilled that so many people have found it. I love it. But I'm familiar with Lex Logan. Jamie says, wherever I notice that a lot of the arcs I'm interested in are from a specific publisher, I favorite them and focus more on making sure I get to their arc sooner. Exactly. Absolutely. I have definitely done this as well. I've tried to do it with Tor. I like Tor's books are on the priority list because they're probably the one that I like care about the most from a priority standpoint. I'm like, ooh, whose graces do I need to stay in? It's definitely gotta be Tor. So I'm also like, there's a publisher that I'm on a content team for, but I'm not auto approved, and I'm like, oh, I kind of wish I was. Kind of wish, but it's okay that I'm not. But I kind of just wish I was. But yeah, just paying attention to little things like that, because when publishers are going through all these requests, they might not click into each person, but sometimes they do, and it matters. Hilla says, I have 19 reviews to write. I feel like I'm so bad at remembering putting my thoughts into words. First and foremost, if you use the story graph, which if you don't, why? The story graph is so great. It's so great. But if you use a story graph when you give updates on your reading, so like right now, I might say my current read is Splintered Kingdom. I'm currently 4% in. And so when I go do that update, it's going to give me the option to say, like, add a journal entry. And on that journal entry, if I'm feeling any type of way at all, I'll just like put a couple of words about how I'm feeling. If they're like, I'll often do a journal update when there's a quote that I'm like, oh, fuck, that hit, man. That hit in the brainium big time. So I'll make sure that I just like take notes about it. And then as I'm going to write reviews, I can go look back at my journal entries. That's been really, really helpful. Similarly, I'll do voice notes on my phone sometimes, you know. Have I read The Half-Orc's Maiden Bride by Ruby Dixon? Non-dark but has good smut and the funniest side character. I have not read any Ruby Dixon yet. And I don't have a reason for that. I think the orc thing was a recent development. Minotaurs I've been on, but orcs have been newer. The problem is, Vanessa, if you're listening, you caused this. You were a problem. Vanessa went to a book convention. Went to Monsteratica. And at Monsteratica, there's a lot of orc stuff. And it looks really good. And so I'm following Vanessa's social media, and I'm seeing her post a bunch of stuff about authors. So I'm following the authors, and almost all of them are Kindle exclusive. And I have a Kobo. I still have a Kindle account, but I'm trying to like not get stuff on Kindle if I can. I'm like, hey, can I pay you directly to get an EPUB file? Like, I'll give you the $40 under the table to give me an EPUB file. Like, I just don't want to read on my Kindle. I want to read on my Kobo. I gave my Kindle to my husband so that he can continue reading The Stand. He's been reading it for a couple months. So, but yeah, this is on the list. A couple of Ruby Dixon's books are on the list. Ashley says, Jean, I have Your Boyfriend Needs an Exorcist too. Yay. Buddy read. If you want to buddy read it, there is Trauma. I read the foreword. Good to know. Jamie says, my only really meaningful auto approval is Pushkin Press, which is one of my favorite literary fiction publishers. I was very happy when I got that one. And especially for like an indie press, it's so nice when you form that relationship. That's so cute. Demers says, is it normal to get an email pre-approval for a book because you've requested previous books from that publisher? Yes, 100%. If you get a widget, it basically means they made a note of a previous review or the fact that you've been on their list a lot of times, and they on their own added you to a list. So yeah. I'm like looking through like, have I gotten any widgets lately? No. I might have. There's one more folder I would need to go check. Jean says, I got the widget All's Spell That Ends Spell by Jay Penner from Poisoned Pen Press. Doesn't come out till March 2027. I have Death Meets Cute. What is that? What is that? What book do I have? I have a J. Penner book. I have the physical arc of it that I got from a bookstore for free. They don't sell arcs. They give them away with purchase. And then since I had the physical copy, I'm like, I might as well apply. Death Meets Cute. Yeah, I might as well apply for the NetGalley, and I got that too. Jamie says, yep, those emails are what we're referring to as widgets. A widget is the little picture link that they send you that sends you to an auto approval in NetGalley. I usually get a couple per week now that they know what sorts of books I like to request. I love that. Demir says, I was just going to ask what a widget was. Thanks, Jamie. Jean says, I rated Ledge on potential. Because if Stacey McEwen went back and re-released Ledge and rewrote it, I think that it would be one of my favorite books of all time, legitimately. It just needed work on the technicality of writing and pacing, honestly. But the idea I ended up not reading Chasm or Valley because the writing wasn't strong enough for me. So I'm like, I'm considering it. I might, but I'm obsessed with A Forbidden Alchemy. Just says, I might email my favorite publisher, Boldwood, at some stage and ask. I think it's probably I don't review on Amazon because I don't shop there and you have to spend a review. And you can explain that. You can say like, hey, I would email if there's a specific arc you're looking for and say, hey, I'm emailing to request this. I've been a huge fan of your books. Here are links to some of the books that I reviewed on other platforms since Amazon is not available to me. So here I invite you to check out my reviews. And then just be honest, be humble, and don't demand things are my tips. 11 Ds. Jean says, I got invited to opinion event by Penguin Random House to discuss what we wanted publishing to look like in the future. Oh, that's so cool, Jean. I've previously been rejected by them a lot. That's so cool. And I've been loving the Bindery imprint. I love Bindery. I am a member of 2 different imprints. I'm considering adding my memberships for a couple more. Meaning like I'm a paid member. I do pay in the tier that gets me physical arcs mailed to me for Booze Who books and Easy Cat Press. I'm considering adding either Left Unread books or Fantasy and Friends, maybe. Dude, I just love so many of these books. I love so many of Bindery's books. So I'm like, I'm thinking about it. We'll see. But yeah, I love Bindery. I love what they're doing. I believe that what they're doing is needed in publishing. I love the vast majority of these tastemakers. I'm obsessed with. Yeah. I'm like, maybe should I just go ahead and upgrade now? Should I just do it? Maybe I should just do it. Maybe Michael Laborn's is like one of my favorites, so I might do that. Anyway, cool. Haunted Shelf says Death Meets Cute, man too. Yay. And it was cute, not fabulous. And if it's cute, that works for me. A win for Aussie authors. Hell yeah. And Jean says, I bought Stacey McEwen because of her reels with her husband. And I never saw any of those. I never saw any. I literally just found her because of Ledge. So I was like, huh, alrighty. Great. But yeah, all right. That's the end of this was a longer chatty bit, admittedly. That was like a 50-minute chatty bit. We talked a lot. Also, just an update for anybody who's looking for it. The lady came back. She exchanged the things that she took that she shouldn't have. I got those back. I gave her the thing that she actually paid for and the money back that she had paid over. Okay. So all's well that ends well, but I'm blocking her on Facebook. We're not doing that again. Jean says, as a Canadian, we aren't allowed to post reviews to Amazon unless we actually buy the book. And I can post, I'm able to, so it's like, but that does suck that you're not able to. So yeah, phew. Thank God. Because it's like Stanley tumblers, and the ones that she took are like my super, super nice, pretty purple ones. You guys know how I feel about the color purple. She took the brand new nice ones that still have the things on them, that have the fancy boots that match on them. And the one that she bought was a used white one for $5. So I know, not the purple. We're gonna lower my blood pressure. We're gonna go ahead and get started on our next sprint. It is 9 o'clock, so I technically have 2 hours left of my sprint time. I might do 2 full sprints remaining. So like, even if that's not what I want. Even if we like end up going a little bit past 11, I think I'm okay with that. We'll just go ahead and sprint 2 more full sprints. So we'll add this back to the stage. We are gonna keep going on our hour. Let's bring our cow somewhere else and see what else we can do. I do think that there's some cute stuff we can do in the kitchen with the cow. The cow can read, the cow cannot eat. Oh my god, do you see this? Oh my god, with her little hoofs. Can she whisk? Yes, she can whisk. Oh my god. We're not cleaning. We're gonna whisk. This is cute. I like this. And let's bring ourselves down to a midnight snack. Let's do that. Want to make sure I have all my sounds off. I don't like when there's sounds on. I keep them like at 0. All right. We'll do this. We'll move this over here, and we'll go ahead and sprint for 1 hour. Gina's going to try reviewing Fancy Dogs. If I can, I'm going to get to Fancy Dogs tonight too, just to hit my 70. Thank you. Thank you. The flower cow is so cute. I need to name her. Have I seen the cow meditate? I have seen the cow meditate, and it's very good. A little stretch. All right, we're going to go ahead and sprint for 1 hour. So I'm going to get to writing my reviews, and then I will see y'all in 60 minutes. Happy sprinting. All right, everybody, welcome on back. Hello, hello. All right. I, once again, did not get anything done related to this. However, something came up during that sprint that made it necessary for me to clean up a bunch of stuff in my office quick because something has been lost that my friend needed me to look for. So I got 2 trash bags and 3 recycling bags cleaned up. I can see the floor over here. I piled all the clothes in a pile to take care of on Sunday. Did not find what we were looking for, but at least went through the actions, got a bunch of stuff cleaned up so that we can explore explore the thing that we need to find at a later time, because now we can actually see what's going on here. So I'm like slowly like, okay, we could throw this away, we could throw this away, we could throw this away. Just what else can I get rid of, you know? So yeah, that's what I got done. Is didn't actually complete a thing, but completed a sort of a thing. Oh my gosh. And I think I just found a different, like a little pile of author stickers. And author stickers go in a specific spot in my house. So perfect. I can put more stuff where it belongs. Yay. So yeah, I feel unproductive, but at the same time, I do feel like I got something done that I needed to. So yeah. Also, fun fact. So I go to a lot of like indie author events and stuff. And there's a lot of times where indie authors are like, yeah, you can buy my ebooks. And I always forget, right? I always forget to go back and buy them later. So this one gives you this little ebook thing that she had these all on a board so that you go back to remember to download it. Like, and I paid her for them. So now I just go back and look for her email. And she emailed them to me. So that's really nice. I think that's a really smart idea, and it makes me remember. I like that a lot. That was a smart idea. I'm still like, where could this thing be? My brain's moving, but I will look again on Sunday in some other places because I'm not going to find it tonight. We have one more sprint and I think I've done all that I can in here tonight. I'm like, did I look under here? Did I look over here? Yes, I did. Absolutely, I did. So, yeah. All right. Haunted Shelf said Posey, and I don't know what this is in reference to. Jean says, oh, my fancy dogs on that gallery reader has white text on a white background. Holy crap. Oh, my God. That's not good news for any of us. Whoa. I'm going to go look at mine now, too. Oh, I sent mine to Kindle. So, theoretically, I should have that option. But it also says that it's available in NetGalley Shelf on my phone. I usually hate reading NetGalley reader books on my phone because they're just so GD small. They're so hard to see. And you can't you can kind of zoom in. Let's see. On my phone, it's looking fine. Oh, and yeah, you're right. This is a very, very fast read, but the art is so cute in this. Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, on my phone, it's fine. And the text there's barely any text. So, that should be easy. And my NetGalley reader will open up in a moment. And I'll let you know what mine looks like. Oh no, Jean. Jess is playing Nap Roulette, hopefully catching again later while still live, but watching the Chatty Bits on replay. If not, cute. We'll see you later, hopefully. We have Chatty Bit now. We will do one more full-size sprint, and then we will do a last Chatty Bit at the end. Oh, Jess is back already. I don't think I fell asleep, but my watch and bladder think I did. So gonna turn my Kobo on. Nice. Mary says, my eyes are heavy. Made it to 57% with 2.5 hours of audio to go. Good night, and thanks for Spencer. You're welcome. And good night. Allie made it to 47% in the bookshop on the corner. Nice. You're getting there. Sade says, finished working on my review. Yay. Very nice job. Proud of you. Demers made it to 46% and rewrite the stars. Making progress. Jean submitted Fancy Dogs to get their 100 review badge, but didn't get the Camp NetGalley badge. That's okay. The Camp NetGalley badge goes to everybody at the same time at the end. So you won't see it until, what is it, August 13th? You won't see it until then. So, yeah. Glenda says goodnight to Mary. Hello to Cydia. Teague is back. Hey, Teague. City says hi to Glenda. Jaylee was able to finish the Da Vinci Code. Awesome. Amazing. I feel like you had a ways to go. So great. Yay. In July. And Jean says it was fine on the phone, but just not on computer. Okay. So I will read mine on phone then, I guess. Good to know. Yeah. I still have the review that I was working on open. So now I'm gonna get this one finished. It's like more than half written. But yeah, I needed to go look for a book that has gone missing. I'm like, oh, where could this be? So we have lost a book. I'm like looking at my tracker here, but I don't know where it is. So I'll look on Sunday, but my brain is just I'm like, oh, could it be here? Could it be here? Could it be here? Teague says, oh, the Da Vinci Code, what a time. Wonder if it holds up. I remember reading it for the first time, I mean, a while ago, like a long time ago now. But I remember reading it, and I remember thinking like, wow, lots of twists and turns, and like there's so much stuff going on, and I don't know if it, I'm trying to think of like how many details do I remember, and I don't think it's too many. Jean says the dogs maybe have taken it. If my dogs get in the habit of taking books and chewing them up, we're gonna have a problem, a big one. So yeah, they're gonna be in some big time trouble. Also, another one of my friends joined Dark August and joined the green team. Greens, what are you doing? You're killing me. Jess says, I have a basketball game starting. The New Zealand League is in the finals. Not my team, but whoever wins will be playing us tomorrow, so we'll do some reading and some watching. Oh my God. Jess, woman after my own heart. Person after my own heart. Because my family also does a lot of basketball. My husband is 6'7", so he's born to play basketball, according to everyone he's ever met. So yeah. How do they drink green? I don't know. Her favorite color is green, and they didn't like our prompts, which is fair. We definitely have, prompts that our bonus prompts are middle grade and anthology, which I think a lot of people don't normally read. And we picked them because we wanted to push people to read something out of their comfort zone. But most of the other teams have at least double the people that we do. So a lot of people didn't like them, I guess. But I don't know. We're really excited. Ati and I have both really benefited from, just pushing ourselves out of our comfort zone, starting to read things that we hadn't read before. Also, middle grade books are usually shorter and faster to read, so you can get through more of them. But, we love them. We want to share with other people. We wanted to put something that we loved into it. And I'm pretty sure that the points get averaged out anyway. So it'll be fine. As Kermit says, it needs to be being green. And I think everyone's going to have a great time on every team, we've got, let's see, we've got a lot of the prompts are really, really cool. So like the green prompts are to read a book with a preposition in the title, and then read a book that matches the team logo in some way, shape, or form, which I think is gonna like give people a lot of options. And then Ivory Illusions is reading a book with at least like one of these magical words in it, and then read a book by a new to you author. Crimson Coven's prompts are to read a book featuring a major friend group, or read a book where you identify with the main character. And so, yeah, when Ati and I came up with ours, we were just like, let's do something that we love. We didn't even think of like picking prompts that people would make people want to join our team at all. Didn't even think about that. We just wanted to do stuff we loved. So, all right. Jess says, every tall person I know doesn't play basketball, but I love watching it. Nice. And Jean says, weren't they persuaded by your pitch? I don't know, because my pitch always ends with like, but honestly, join the team that you want to be part of. Like, that's the whole point is to have fun. So Teague says, we're the best team. It's just a fact. We'll find out. Find out at the end of the month. Molly is the queen of middle grade. True. Molly's the queen of a lot of things. Jamie says, I finished True Color, 4 stars. I posted my review and started Exodus, the Helium Sea by Peter F. Hamilton, a long arc, so I am now at 3%. If anyone can do a long arc, Jamie, it's you. Jean says, I was persuaded by your pitch and the color. Oh, yeah, the color did have a lot to do with my choice. I'm not going to lie. And villainy, Obsidian Order, that felt villainy to me. Jess says, ironically, I've just started the middle grade, the Library of Unruly Treasures, which is the middle grade March pick for August. It just came up on my hold, and I think it still counts as a preposition. I don't think so. It doesn't have an in or something. Teak says, best doesn't mean we'll win. We're just we're the prettiest. So, perfect. All right. Well, cool. That's the end of our comments. So, we are going to switch the banner and head into our last sprint of the night. It's about 10:15 my time, so I have, an hour long sprint will be just past. So, perfect. Oh, the list says of is a preposition. That's fair. So, we're going to head into our last sprint, 1 more hour. Should we go do meditate? Somebody talked about the cow meditating. It is very cute. Teak says, time to pick up my anthology. I put it off as suggested. Yeah. If you're doing Herkyed and you're on Team Purple, it's a great time to read an anthology because Herkyed has an anthology prompt too. And so you can do your anthology to get bonus points now and then start reading other books to count for your Herkyed anthology prompt. All right. We are going to go to, I think it's out here. And meditating. And then look at her. Oh my god, she's so cute. Meditating under the stars. What could be better? Can you make this any bigger? Kind of, but the letters stay the same. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to do 1 more hour for our last sprint of the night. So buckle up, get yourselves ready, and I will see you in 60 minutes. Happy sprinting. All right, welcome back from our last sprint tonight. We are just about to hit the 9-hour mark. We had nice long sprints for kicking off Arc August. So I feel like I got a lot done, even if I didn't get done what I thought I was going to get done. I did get 3 more reviews written in this one, so I did hit my 100 review badge. Yay. And I still have plenty to write, but I'm working through the list, and I've been working on them from like the oldest published books on my review list forward, so that like I'm knocking out the oldest ones sooner. So like I did a couple from 2025, and then I've been working through some ones that launched in January that I've read already. So I did that. I finished cleaning up just a little bit. It's messy in here. Yeah, that's what I did. I'm working through them. I'm getting into kind of my flow again. It's been such a long time since I've written a review. Like literally, it's been probably months since I've submitted a review on NetGalley. I keep reading but not writing reviews. So Arc August is really gonna knock some sense into me there. So yeah. So let's see how y'all did for this last sprint before I bid you goodnight. Before I read through these comments, I'm going to give just a couple of last announcements. So first, if you haven't already, make sure that you are going to the submission form for Arc August and submit that you were a part of today's sprints, because you do get bonus points for every sprint session that you join, you watch and comment on, even if you're watching this back later. So definitely do that. Also, folks in the Obsidian Order already got a tag, but other folks, you can see them on my page already as well. On Friday next week, so a week from today, and on Monday, August 24th, Ati and I are going to be doing Obsidian Order mega sprints. So how it's going to work is I will start sprinting at 4 p.m. Eastern. I will sprint for 5 hours, and then we'll flip over to Atia's stream, and Atia will sprint for 5 hours. So we'll do 10 hours of Obsidian Order sprints 2 different times this month. Atia will join my sprints, and then I'll join hers, so that we can give you, maybe if not the whole time, she might join mine halfway through, and then I might stay on for half of hers, just so that we can give you some big old mega sprints and have some fun. We just thought that that'd be a fun thing to do. Maybe one of them will focus on middle grade, one will focus on anthologies. But we have that to look forward to. I'm going to keep doing my Friday night sprints, so we want to do that. And then also make sure that you're submitting your forms, because if you are joining my sprints in particular throughout the month of August, I will be entering you into a giveaway to win some books that I've got. I will ship internationally depending on costs. There are some places that I can ship internationally for like $40. I'll do that. If it's going to be like $200 to ship to you, we might work out how I get you a gift card instead that you can use locally. But I have some books to give away, because I've got some signed copies of stuff that I have too many books, you guys. So make sure that you are filling out your sprint form, because that's what I'll use to know that you were here if you were joining my sprints. And it'll be a good time. And if you're on Obsidian Order, you might get an extra bonus entry. So make sure you submit. And then finally, just make sure that you are paying attention to the announcements channel, because we already have our first Secret Society challenge. If you haven't already, make sure that you post a poll in your team's polls channel, and we can make sure that we are helping you pick a book and that you can get bonus points for it. So we're really excited for that. I picked mine. I'm 4% in. Maybe tomorrow I might read a little bit more on my Kindle, because I don't know if I'll have any time tomorrow, but if I do, or not on my Kindle, on my Kobo, please. I need to remember what I'm doing now. But just remember that you can get those bonus points. I want you to get them. You want to get them. It's going to be great for everybody. So I'm going to plug my Kobo in again right now, just to make sure that we're all charged up. But yeah, so those are just a couple of reminders. And now let's see how y'all did. Jamie said, Obsidian has me and Molly on the same team, so I'm not worried, especially considered how that worked out during June, July timeline. Yeah. I'm happy that you're on my team, Jamie. And yes, oven really treasures is a preposition. Jean calls out, I don't think Fancy Dogs falls in middle grade. It does not. However, the Witch Hat Atelier graphic novel, that is middle grade. That was on Kim NetGalley too. Hilla Monster says, oh no, I may have just requested a bunch of children middle grade graphic novels from NetGalley. I think it may ultimately help my momentum despite upping my numbers if I'm accepted. I get that, especially for like middle grade graphic novels, because in my personal opinion, it is way easier for me to get through them. And if I feel really good about getting through like 4 or 5 books, that just affects my mood and how I move forward next. So, I do like that. Allie made it to 55% in the bookshop on the corner, so just over half. Yay! Was hoping to finish it to count for July, but I guess it will just be my first August book. And no matter what, it all counts for ARC August today. And that's still good progress, Allie. Halfway through, absolutely. And I'm glad that you're liking it. He'll have finished both books he wanted to complete by the end of the month. And those pages count for ARC August because, again, today counts. Hill says, I kind of like having a few books half completed that I can finish the next month. Feels like a setup to have a win the next month. Absolutely it does. That's what I did with Legendborn. I read most of it at the end of June, and then in July, I just finished it out. And I was like, nice. Allie says, congrats to Hilla and yay from Glenda as well. Just made it to 5% in my book. The team I like the least in the league is winning the basketball game. I'm sorry. Jamie got to 4% in her arc. She's reading a really, really long one. Teague says, my first anthology story was irritating. A tad alarming that they decided to open with it. Maybe they want it to get better and better and better. Who knows? Sadia finished my review and submitted it. Yay! Good job! And yes, I also need to go submit the ones that I wrote all my reviews. I posted them in all the places. I need to submit them for ARC August points. And thank you. Yeah, I didn't get through as many as I wanted to tonight, but my office is significantly cleaner. I got to hang out with all y'all. That's a win no matter what. Demers got to 50%. And you're welcome. And we're so excited for Mega Sprints. We just wanted to make sure that we, got to hang out with our team a little bit, so yeah, that's what we wanted to do. You're welcome. Glenda says, next our Gaga sprints are on Katie's channel on Sunday. Yes, currently. Here's the thing. If I get home tomorrow night earlier than expected, I might hop online. Who knows? I love hanging out with y'all. But yes, currently the next scheduled are Katie on midday Sunday. Teague says, middle grade graphic novels are seriously kicking butt lately. Quality, quality, quality. Absolutely. I've been buying tons of them to read and then put into little free libraries to increase access to diverse middle grade books in my location, because my location is not great about diversity and supporting diversity. The place that I live. Oh, not fantastic about that. I'm so tired. Can you tell? Christina is still here lurking. Had to rest my eyes from spreadsheets and screens for a bit. I think that's fair because Christina does so much for our community, including owning a bunch of spreadsheets, the BookTube Bible. If you ever need to know where something is, you just go ahead and look at Christina's channel. Legitimately. Go take a look at it, and she will have what do you call them? Playlists for everything. So you're welcome. Good to see you again. Thank you. And also remember to take care of yourself. Drink some water. I also have a Diet Coke. Feed yourself, check laundry, take meds, stretch, and if you wouldn't mind, I would love if you'd hit the like button and subscribe. You don't have to though, no pressure. There is this right here. This is the playlist for Readathon sprints. All of the sprints so far have been added to this, and they will continue to be updated. So if you're ever not sure what's going on, click on the playlist and see what's coming up next. Also, subscribing to all the hosts helps with that. And in the description down below, I've got all of the hosts tagged for you. So it's like super easy. There's only 8 of them besides me. And you can subscribe to me really easy right there too. So nice. Still adding sprints as they are scheduled. And then there's also a playlist for announcement and TBRs. Ati and I will be adding some videos to this for recommendations for team bonus prompts. Jess says they're now winning by 30 points. Nice. And Glenda says, thank you. You're welcome. Take care too. And we'll see you all next Friday for Mega Sprints with Atya. And then, yes, this is the BookTube Bible. So this is, Christina puts in a tremendous amount of effort, putting in literally like every reading event, every reading sprints into the spreadsheet. If you are ever like, hey, tomorrow there's no Arc August sprints, but what else is going on? That's where to find it. And then, yes, Jess, I love that spreadsheet. It's an amazing, amazing resource. So that's it. We're done. I'm going to go to bed. We've been sprinting for 9 hours, and I love long sprints like this, but also I'm really tired, y'all. And I've got a long day tomorrow. So I'm going to log off. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to finish the review that I'm currently writing, submit them, and then I'm going to go to bed. So cool. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. It's been awesome. And I will see you next week back at Annotation Station. All right.